Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony this week. Joining me today, Senior Market Strategist Craig Shapiro, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everyone. Wow, what a morning it is already.
Let the good times roll.
Good
Head
morning.
spinning. I know I can see from the chat that everyone's trying to digest what's happening. Obviously, we've seen a huge market swing, maybe two, after headlines crossed from Trump. Let's get right to Tracy for the headlines, for the news. Tracy, what does this all mean? What's going on?
All right. So first, over the weekend, Trump said he would hit and obliterate Iran's power plants if the Strait of Hormuz doesn't open in 48 hours. And Iran responded back and said it'll attack key infrastructure across the Middle East if the President Donald Trump follows through on his threat. As we were nearing that 48-hour mark, we had a post from Truth Social from the president who said, this is a quote, "I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of those ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump." Now, on that move, we did see WTI move down $15 to 84.37, Brent to 96.25 before pairing some of those losses. Then we heard there was a headline that went through that said Iranian media says there's no direct or indirect contact with Trump and claims he withdrew after threatening to attack West Asia energy facilities. Then we had another headline that went through that said Iranian officials have not yet commented on Trump's statement, but this is the headline banner on state TV. U.S. President retreats after Iran's decisive threats. And then we had another headline come out from Iran's Tasnim, which is questionable news source that calls Trump's comment psychological warfare and says there have been no talks. So a lot of headlines today, this morning regarding that. We obviously saw wild swings in the market that was up 1,000 points at one time. ES was up almost 200 points. Again, I mentioned crude oil, so we are since pairing some of those gains. We had big moves in gold and silver and the bond market, of course. So we'll be very careful today. That's all I have to say, because the headlines are flying, and if you might not have even gotten your stop hit on a headline like that, because we literally flew through without a lot of those strikes never getting hit whatsoever. So be very careful, you guys, today, please. That's all I have to say about that. And then I don't know if you guys want to comment on that, or you want me to finish the news.
Well, why don't you finish the news, Tracy? Just who knows what headlines are flying? So let's get through the news so we have everything on our radar, and then we'll break it down.
All right. So we have gotten an assessment in the Middle East energy assets that have been severely damaged. We have more than 40 assets across 9 countries in the Middle East have been severely or very severely damaged by the war. This came from the IEA Director of Faith Bureau. It's not only oil and gas, but some of the vital arteries of the global economy, such as obviously petrochemicals, fertilizers, sulfur, helium, and many various products. So you have to be careful. So in this case, because of the extensive damage on these facilities, you have to remember that even if this Strait opened tomorrow, it is going to take months for this damage to be fixed and for the almost 10 million barrels now a day offline in production in the Middle East. So this is not going to be a cleared up matter, even if the Strait opens tomorrow. This literally will take months and months for these repairs to be done. We did have overnight bond yields were ripping globally. U.S. hit over 4% for the first time. They have paired that a little bit, of course, on these headlines. But this is this is a very big deal for global bond markets. And we also have, if you remember, we have the JPM collar that is expiring on March 31st. That put position was at 64.75 strike. That's about 2.1 billion in notional revenue
Value.
or revenue at that strike. Why can't I talk this morning? So we were actually very nearing that until we just ripped higher, but of course everybody is looking at that put position. If we do get below it, it could get we could see a big flush as we have dealers chasing that short put position, hedging in the futures market. And for data today, very quiet. All we have today is, 8:30 a.m. We have Chicago Fed National Activity Index and 10 construction spending. So another day with non-market moving data, all headline driven.
Tracy, you need to take a breath. That's a lot of information that you just gave us.
I'm like, I can't even talk right now.
Well, understandably, I think all of our heads are spinning.
It's frantically redoing the news minutes before.
It's sort of the environment we're in. I just want to get reaction both from Craig and Jim. As I know, we were all in front of our computers, as were all the traders, just watching this extraordinary turnaround. Craig, what do you make of this?
This is why tacos are not a breakfast food. They're a lunch food or a dinner food. They're disgusting in the morning. No one likes to eat them. Look, it's clear that the president recognizes that the markets are his Achilles heel, both the bond market and the equity market. And so the overnight and over the weekend risk that he himself created with the 48-hour ultimatum led to some more concerns. And I think he didn't want to wake up today and have to deal with it. And so he comes up with these headlines that he can always come up with, right? We saw this during the trade talks. There was always we're doing a deal. The deal is just around the corner. We've seen this, time and time again with him. And I think that's what he's doing here too, in order to prevent, markets from cascading away from him. He says that there's talks going on, and we're going to do a moratorium on a 5-day moratorium now, as opposed to, a 48-hour moratorium. So clearly he is hypersensitive to markets, and Iran has its typical reaction, which is, we don't know what this guy's talking about. We didn't talk to him, and we're not going to talk to him, and we're not going to reopen the strait until they've been pretty adamant about what their desires are with respect to reparations and the U.S. removing itself from the Middle East. And so it seems like we're really no closer to anything. But when I think the Trump administration recognizing that the markets are a problem probably suggests that we're going to continue to get this type of headline dynamics, from here through the course of the rest of the day and through the end of the week. I think ultimately it comes down to the president's ego, right? Can he tolerate the rest of the world telling him he's lying, Iran telling him that there was no talks, people telling him he's weak for backing down? I don't know, and we'll have to see. And so, but clearly everything that the markets are doing now is the expected reaction, right? You're seeing vol sold, equities up, bonds rally, dollar sells off, Bitcoin up, oil down. And so, and if we comes out the next, rest of the day and he says, or we start bombing again, we'll just go the other way. So very difficult tape to understand. I think ultimately though, what I am seeing, mentioned this morning is a lot of talk of market manipulation and a lot of talk of the president is lying. And so ultimately, this is what leads to lack of liquidity, people withdrawing, and potential for air gaps and vacuums as people say, you know what, this is too complicated, this is too difficult, and ultimately that's worse for the long-term structural dynamics of markets if people feel like they can't really trade fairly because the president is manipulating markets, both the equity market, oil markets, every market. So we'll see. I mean, the tacos can last for the morning, or maybe they won't. Who knows? But ultimately, I think this is bad. And then once we get to what are the implications, if the strait's still not open, then I don't really see much of an economic recovery coming from this. But ultimately, look, if you think the president is serious about this and the war is over, just sell oil, right? That's the that's the asset that's moved up the most. That will go down the most. If you really believe it, that's where you want to focus. But if you don't believe it, then you'll have to just kind of wait and see.
Yeah. Jim, I think we already saw markets coming off a little bit from the initial spike higher, right?
Yeah, I mean, and even S&P, I mean, on the news, it rallied 255 handles. It was a huge move up, almost unprecedented, but we've seen it maybe once or twice before. And now we're kind of retracing back down to about a 50% retracement back down. Now things are kind of settling right now in the even the S&P market. The futures markets are the most, in my opinion, particularly the CME Group markets, are the most efficient markets in the world in assimilating the news, getting to the bottom of it. What is really going on here? And I think we're seeing that in many of these markets right now. We have again that little retracement. It's not a little retracement, but we're kind of sideways right now in the mini S&P and the other stock index futures. Bonds, the same thing. We had that big rally in bonds, and then about a 50% retracement back down right now. So that's also assimilating this information and kind of going forward here. Now, going back to the mini S&P, we've done almost 600,000 contracts today. So there's a lot of participation. There's a lot of trading, and that all of that liquidity and all of that effort really goes into price discovery. At the end of the day, what's the real price here? Where should we be before this bell rings right now? And right now we're hovering on the mini S&Ps around 66.50, which is what the market is voting on right now. So it's been pretty interesting. The other thing that I really want to get some more information from Craig and Tracy about is this gold market. It's the only thing it continues to sell off in gold, right? Are central banks just dumping gold to pay for energy, or what's going on there? That's a big surprise. We didn't have that same reaction in the gold market.
Yeah, Tracy, any thoughts on that? I saw a headline this morning: metals in free fall, and again, it continues to be not what you would expect in this kind of environment.
Right, and I've talked about that before. Gold is a function of real yields, so yields are spiking, so gold is down, and it's not a safe haven. I do want to mention the low today was 4,100. We are trading at 4,370, so there still has been a big move up, even though we're still in negative territory, down about 4.5%. But from the low, still a rather large move. We actually hit a high of like 44.65 before retracing some of that. But gold's a function of real yields right now. It's also, that was the trade of 2025. It was working, and at the beginning of the year. And you have to realize, if you have to get out of something and you need to cover a margin call or anything of that nature, what are you going to do? You're going to get rid of what's been working, right? So I think there's also a little bit of that in hand. Plus, we have some bottlenecks right now in Dubai because they haven't been able to fly gold out. And so we have some problems over there that's affecting global markets. And so kind of a lot of things going on in the market right now. I don't think fundamentally this picture has changed. You still have central banks buying. They'll continue to buy. And I think, at some of these lower levels, you'll see people start to accumulate once again. I did write a Substack on that yesterday.
Awesome. We'll check that out. Andrew had a great comment just in terms of in the chat, in terms of the difficulty of headlines. But he's pointing out, he wonders if the meaningless and false statements only sow more distrust in statements going forward. Craig, I think you were sort of touching on this. Like, you can't even trade the headline when you don't even know if a headline coming from a U.S. president has any merit or founding in reality, right? It creates a very difficult situation. but a situation where there's a lot of distrust.
Look, and I mean, I don't say this mildly, it's a sad situation when you have to wait for confirmation from Iranian media to determine whether or not what the president is saying is true or not. And those are the fundamental realities that we're faced with right now. I mean, this administration continues to lie time and time again about a variety of different things. We're seeing it over and over again. And so, look, I think unlike prior situations of the president ability to dictate to markets what he wants and say that these things, I think we're seeing it. Like I'm looking at my Twitter this morning. There's a lot of talk about market manipulation. This is BS. Wait for Iranian headlines. And so it seems like the credibility thing is starting to creep into the market psyche here. And I think that's probably the reason why we had the initial reaction, and now we're seeing a little bit of a retracement as folks have to digest. Is this true or not? But yeah, ultimately, if we can't trust what the administration is going to say, it's going to have longer term implications about people's abilities and desires to, continue to deploy capital into our financial markets. And so I think ultimately that's a bad thing. I mean, is that the trade for today? Probably not. Is that the trade for this week? Probably not. But over time, I think as people start to, think about how they've hedged their portfolios and they're worried about the credibility, it is an issue for sure.
Craig, you had mentioned, and I just want to make sure that we sort of start the week with this. You had mentioned that now, once we were past expiry last Friday, that cleared out the way for trade, right? So are we thinking that will have an impact now? And what would you expect to see?
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think last week had a bit of a pinning effect on the tape, and so we didn't really break down in equities. Unlike what we've been seeing in bonds, what we've been seeing in volatility, what we've been seeing in oil, and so. Now that those positions are gone, we are in a negative gamma regime still, and so the markets will trade with violence in both directions, which is why dealers are we're chasing this gap up, and now if we start to fade, they'll chase it back down again too. But again, I think this just means that we're going to be in for a more of a volatile tape here. Certainly headline driven, all assets kind of moving together, highly correlated. You saw the bond volatility last week had a very big spike higher too. So I think we are going to continue to be in this bizarre risk reduction mode. I mentioned it last week, from risk rotation to risk reduction. Even amidst these gaps higher, I think people are likely to throw in the towel a little bit and say, look, let me reduce risk here. Things are remain uncertain. And ultimately, the economic impacts of the closing of the Strait and the closing of energy production assets in the Middle East is going to have longer-term implications for the supply chain, for inflation, for food supply, for energy supply, across the world for the next several months. It's going to be a very difficult tape. And so, really, what's the upside here, right? If we go into a détente or some sort of ceasefire, then we're going to have to deal with the economic realities of what's been going on for the last 4 weeks. That outlook is not great. And so I think these rallies, these pops on headlines are opportunities to de-risk, get leaner, get meaner in your portfolio, and really focus on things that can work, and get out of positions that are marginal or are not working.
Yeah, it's always a good time to go reset. Tracy, we don't have a lot of data today, but we do have PMI coming out. How do we know the lag when we'll start to see this pull through into the economic data? We've got earnings as well that are still trickling through. How quickly would this show up?
Well, the PMI data will get a little bit of an inkling because this will be March data. So we'll get kind of a little bit of an inkling of maybe how this is affecting PMI. But I don't think that you're going to see the full force of this for a couple months, to be honest with you, until it filters in, because supply chains keep getting worse. We still have problems. So, given the lag time from, getting through the Strait, if you are going to, say, the United States or to Asia or wherever else you are going with your products, because you have to remember, it's not just oil that goes through there. There's a ton of other goods that travel the Strait. And so this is going to be a huge supply chain problem for a while. And so I suspect probably we'll get a little more clue in April data, but I think it'll be May until we seriously see the full force of this.
Yeah, so that just contributing to that uncertainty. Jim, anybody watching Bitcoin or crypto? It seems like it's been
But
holding
yeah,
up okay in this.
by the way, great Sunday night show,
Bitcoin.
Craig, and then great segment with the Kraken guys, Trader Main and Ponzi Trader, and they kind of explained. They had a really good explanation about where they see Bitcoin going, and it's only temporarily rosy. Right now it's kind of resilient. Right, we're still kind of trading around that 70,000 level. On the futures, on the micro Bitcoin futures. And, the thought is, hey, maybe we can get up to that November 21st swing low. Maybe we can get to that 80,000, but eventually there's going to be a bigger sell-off. And I think they look at historically, there's a cyclical pattern here as well to kind of match the macro narrative here. But right now, I mean, we're sideways and we're trading at the same price that we traded back in, beginning of February right now. So this is very much kind of a market that's kind of interesting because it's not risk on, it's not risk off, it's sideways. And so, I'm optimistic, but right now we'll see if this market kind of keeps sideways or breaks out one way or the other. I don't know, but really the market that I thought was kind of interesting also was Dr. Copper. Dr. Copper got a little bit of a bid overnight, and this is a market that's been trading. It's been trading like a macro asset, not a physical. That's going to reverse eventually, and Tracy's been talking about it forever. I'm surprised we're not over $6 right now. We're trying to fight our way back up, but this is kind of telling a story, a longer term story right now with these prices depressed as far as they are.
Yeah, Tracy, I think somebody was asking about the miners in the chat a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I still like miners, particularly junior miners. I probably maybe a little bit lower here, just given the pullback. But eventually, the fundamentals, again, haven't changed for silver either. And so I expect that those supply deficits catch up to the market. Right now, silver's kind of caught in between being a precious metal and an industrial metal. And you have industrial metals down because the markets are screaming global recession because of high energy prices. And so that's why you're seeing a big pullback in some of these industrial metals. But the demand is still there. I mean, China's inventories are at the lowest they have been in a couple of years in China because prices are lower right now and demand has not changed. And so they're buying like crazy. And so their stocks are dwindling in the copper market. So eventually those fundamentals will catch back up to the market as soon as we get sort of a change in sentiment.
Craig, what are you going to be watching for today? Is the action in oil, is that going to be the sort of lead market or should we be watching bonds closely, especially if that's what the administration's keying off of?
Yeah, I mean, no data really today and this week, kind of B-level data, right? We have ADP weekly claims later and initial jobs claims, and you mentioned the PMI, so we're not really going to get much of a signal from the macro. And so we're going to be a fair bit, headline driven. I suspect we're going to hear from various members of the administration over the course of the day. Maybe we'll get some more tweets later, and then we'll have to wait until, the late afternoon when the potential for, activity starts again with our missiles flying. Is this real? Are we really, under a ceasefire situation? But look, clearly people, are negative risk into the weekend, and so we'll be chasing the open today. But we'll see how we'll see how things go as the day and week progresses. But yeah, I think bonds are interesting and oil for sure. But we're seeing highly correlated intra-asset, asset classes are highly correlated right now, right? The reactions you would expect from this type of headline are doing what we're doing. Equities are are moving most violently higher. Bitcoin as well. Bonds are rallying, but not really, not really all that much. The dollar still is kind of mixed to a little bit stronger. So, I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But if we get some more momentum, or we get some confirmation from the Iranian side that talks are happening, then yeah, look, we're gonna continue this rally, up further from here. But then eventually we have to deal with the economic reality of what the last 3 weeks have been, and what the next 3 to 6 months are going to look like, with higher inflation expectations and a supply chain that's under tremendous duress. That's going to start showing up. We're seeing it in some of the companies that are going to start to report in the next few weeks. I'm sure we'll start to talk about it. And then when we get into middle of April, it'll be earnings season, and companies will be asked, how does this impact your expectations for 2026 earnings? And I think we're going to start to see a pace of earnings, negative pre-announcements on guidance is likely to come from the impacts of this, of this war.
Yeah, there's a lot to wade through. Fantastic. Thanks so much, Craig. We'll see you in the chat. It's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, let's start out with the E-mini S&P right now. This is a daily candle chart, and you can see this monster candle right here that's forming from the news. Notice we're right up against that 150-day moving average. That's that yellow dashed line right there. We're also pretty close to last week's open at 66.85. Those are both kind of meaningful levels for me right now. And, to get there, we're going to have to close above or at least tap the 8 EMA. That's another really important level as well. We've only had one close above that 8 EMA since end of February. So, and that was just a little baby close above it right here on the 17th. So, our RSI is not really helping. There's no divergence there. It's all cool and fruity, as I would say. We'll see what happens with the moving averages as we go forward today. But intraday, here's that 255 handle rally, and then we kind of retraced all the way back down. Now, we retraced back down, not quite to the 50% retracement, but almost, and then the dust kind of settled out. One thing to kind of keep note, look at the volume profile on the left. There is a low volume node or a no volume node almost that starts around, or really ends around 66.25. It starts all the way back down here around 66.50. So there was no, this is where this market kind of got just ignored completely as we ripped up higher. So when I'm thinking about support right now, I'm looking at that volume deficit area right there, which is right where we got to with this little, peak swing low here, right close to that 50% level. So prices above here, maybe we'll form a nice kind of volume profile a little bit higher up today. We'll see there's all sorts of interesting levels, including that high vol level up here. This MenthorQ high vol level is 6,700. That's kind of important. R1 right now is just acting like a little bit of a short-term resistance here, and that's at 66.75. I rounded it up a tick. So we'll see if that holds or not. On the upside, then we got R2 beyond that at 67.61, and then a lot of empty space until you get until you get to R3 really, which is crazy, 69.22. Probably not going to get there unless there's some validation of what that Truth Social post was all about. On the downside, though, we break through this low volume node. There's also some areas of interest. You have JAX1 down here, and this is kind of a nice it used to be resistance overnight, but 65.50 is JAX1 on the downside. That's that big gamma exposure level, and then put supports a little bit lower than that, right in the middle of the London IB. That one-day min doesn't mean it can't go any lower, but that one-day min is at 64.63 on the downside. So interesting. We'll see if that volume profile forms to the upside here. We get a volume node up there. Treasury bonds, smartest market in the futures complex, in my humble opinion. And, this is still in a downward trend, right? This is still selling the panic, buying the dip mode right now. We have a little bit of a green candle here, but not really. I mean, we kind of wicked all the way up to that 113 handle, 113, 12, 30 seconds, which is a pretty good move up. And then settled right back down. So right now we're tracking 112.19, middle of a 112 handle. So at least people who were concerned that we were going to go to a 111 handle and then further south, at least temporarily, you could kind of relax a little bit. But we're still below all the moving averages. And look at this bowl of spaghetti with these moving averages. Everything's crossing under. Again, kind of bearish. And then intraday here, we had the same situation, only more of a retracement back down to the downside. Session VWAP is really kind of holding right now at 112 in 15-30 seconds to kind of form some temporary support. Previous session's lows just below that. And then in the middle of the meet overnight, put support at that 112 handle. S1 is down here a little bit lower, 111.23, and then one-day min 111.16 with more targets on the downside. On the upside here, if we do get a little bit more relief to the upside. We have that 0 DTE gamma wall and call resistance at 113 even. The pivot is really defining the top of the conversation here. This is where resistance is in the bonds, is 113.07 30 seconds. And then that one-day max is a little bit above that. Should we get continuation breakout to the upside, we got that JAX2 at 114 even. So we'll keep an eye on the 30-year Treasury bonds to see what they're doing. Let's just really quickly look at the Bitcoin daily chart. Again, we showed this already. Sideways. Look at the moving averages. They're all kind of sideways. It doesn't matter if it's a 50, if it's a VWAP, if it's an 8, if it's 21. All kind of moving sideways right here in a pretty tight consolidation range around that 70,000 level. Really quickly, we do have a couple targets here. Again, same thing. Retracement back down. But keep an eye on that R1 at the top and previous sessions highs at 71,485 as targets on the upside. Should we maintain distance between VWAP? That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Naples.
Fantastic. Fantastic, Jim. Bowl, spaghetti, and taco. I don't think either of them are great breakfast foods, we can say, Shy. But before we get to our fantastic guest, let's take a look at who's on the lineup for the day. In just a moment, we are going to be talking to Michael Every. Later, Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat. Let them know if you have any specific questions. Tanja and Salma trade the open. We've got Jack and XY for midday markets, and trading the close will be Leo, Salma, and Nick for a tick. All right, let's bring in Michael Every, global strategist at Rabobank. Michael, so fantastic to have you here. Sometimes timing, we're lucky, better than good, but it's a wonderful day to have you. So, you heard some of the chat we were having. How are you thinking through the developments this morning? Do you believe the parties, the U.S. administration and Iran, are trying to find an off-ramp?
Bluntly, no. Iran has denied it, and I would put a lot of credit on that. I think it's quite important to take a step back past all the brilliant technicals that you guys have been coming out with, and maybe just slow it down just a little bit, because I like chugging out kind of Black Sabbath style riffs, and you guys are very much Slipknot. You are really going for it at very high intensity. But if we go Black Sabbath on it, effectively, just over 2 days ago, we were in a situation where we had a looming energy, fertilizer, chemicals crisis going global with staggering implications if it isn't resolved soon, which we all agree. Then we get one wild Trump tweet massively escalating everything. Then he appears to walk it back whilst extending the deadline 5 days, during which what's going to be happening in the background, ... And this is, of course, someone who has been negotiating with Iran several times and literally dropped a bomb on them while he's been doing it. And yet nothing's now going to happen until the end of the week when markets are closed. And we'll find out next weekend. And suddenly it looks like, again, you guys are the experts looking at the screens and I'm just getting up to speed at the end of my day. Markets are going to rally. Isn't that absolutely magical? So we were in a real bad situation. We're still in a real bad situation. Iran has actually said, no, we're not negotiating with Trump, and nothing like that is happening. So they can't both be true, what Trump's saying and what they are. And yet suddenly everyone's really enthusiastic and optimistic again. So I think we need to remember that we can be played very, very easily here. There's a long track record of this game being played, and yet markets are falling for it, hook, line, and sinker again and again and again.
Mm.
Absolutely. And you framed Trump's position in Iran as the Kobayashi Maru retreat, Suez level humiliation, and continue an energy markets panic further, not just energy, but a whole host of other products, particularly fertilizer. We're 3 weeks in now, and escalation doesn't seem to be reciting, except for the post that we have this morning. And so what are your thoughts on this situation right now? Are we in a no-win situation? Do you expect this to continue for much longer, aside from the post this morning from Trump?
Well, the first thing, again, let's just take a step back. We're going to be fighting for another 5 days, because unless I misread that particular post, he didn't say they were going to stop bombing Iran. He said they would hold off bombing their electricity and infrastructure. They're still bombing all their missile sites. They're bombing the military industrial sector. They're still trying to take out defenses around Hormuz. He didn't say it was a ceasefire, unless I very much misread that. And certainly, as far as I'm aware, Israel hasn't stopped firing. So it's not like the war just stopped. It's not like any energy or any more goods are flowing through Hormuz now than were a few hours ago. So we haven't actually moved forward at all. Again, we've just had this one tweet, which has once again managed to move markets. And we know with every day that passes, things get that much more grim and, that much more exponential. So let's see where we are at the weekend. But I genuinely wonder, given Trump's track record, what's going to be happening over the next 5 days. If all he's done is kick the can down the road, maybe he can play that trick again one more time. I don't know. But it still leaves us in that position whereby if he has to back out, and that classic phrase taco, which today is the first time I've seen anything which looks anything like a taco shape at all so far in this. But were we to see that, as you correctly say, the US from a geostrategic perspective, far and above beyond what we're seeing in markets here now, would be experiencing its own 1956. The fact that everyone is looking at markets like this and saying the US cannot continue doing what it's doing because of lines on a screen would tell you all you really need to know about who does and doesn't run the global economy. So that's what would happen if it were to develop like that. But I reiterate, we've got 5 days in which Marines might move closer to Hormuz, in which lots of other things can happen. Rabbits can be pulled out of hats and bombs can literally drop. So remains to be seen, but we are moving further and further towards more damaging scenarios in the background in the meantime.
Michael, you just said something really interesting. I just want to tease that out and make sure we all understand that. And so when you're saying that people looking at a screen tells you who's in control of the war or the economy, there's been this sense the entire time that we would see a market reaction and then we would see leaders say, oh, this is terrible, like we're destroying the economy, we're going to stop now because bond yields went up. Like that's what everyone's been waiting for, because that's been what's happened. And I know we all use it because the internet throws around taco, but clearly the Trump administration just sees this as negotiating style, right? You've been very good about trying to remove the personal dynamics around Trump from what's really going on in terms of strategy. So what do you see happening here? Do you think that they don't care about markets, I guess, and do you think the Trump administration is in charge here driving this? What did you mean by that?
Well, I think they do care about them. And certainly every time they start getting out of hand, they use sleight of hand and jawboning to get them to go back the way they want them to again, while the actual picture in the background, as I said, is not proving any more favorable day in, day out. So that's already achieving something. But to go back to the kind of the meta level that I tend to look at these things from, if you are fighting for, your global status, which the US clearly is, that's the underlying game as far as I'm concerned. I would imagine most of you would probably see it the same way if we were talking about it in those terms. It's kind of farcical to think that someone leading the US would turn around and say, well, I'd like to fight a war, but my mum won't let me. Or, I really need to do this because it's in the long run national security interest. And if it doesn't happen, we're on a glide path, to a much, much weaker, more unstable position going forward. The markets won't let me. You just make sure markets let you. The question is how you can get away with that without letting markets realize that they are being gamed. And again, I think it was a perfect example of that, your morning, my evening here, where initially I was pretty stunned when I saw it, even having just come from a client where I said, it wouldn't surprise me if Trump doesn't reimpose his own deadline and say, okay, I don't need those 48 hours because I'm going to retake Hormuz the hard way and I need 2 weeks to do it. Well, he's just got 5 days to do it in the background. And then maybe he kicks the can down the road for another 9 days. That's his 2 weeks in which he tries to retake Hormuz. So again, that's kind of the Kobayashi Maru. That's the point I was talking about, if you remember Star Trek 2. That whatever you do in that Star Trek 2 scenario, you lose. So you reprogram it. And I think markets, clever as they are, sometimes just can't see when they are being reprogrammed.
And I want to get your thoughts kind of on the bond market right now. Obviously, we had Fed, ECB, and BOE all held rates last week, but their forward guidance diverged radically. We have market now pricing in hikes for the ECB, pricing out any cuts for the U.S. What effect do you think the bond market is really having on markets? And is the bond market getting a little too ahead of itself, actually pricing in rate hikes?
Well, look, it may be country by country. It certainly depends on some of the local dynamics there. I think you can make an argument for Australia versus, the US and the UK, for example. But again, to go back to the meta level that I look at these things from, and I don't apologize for that. We all have to have our own viewpoint on this. What does raising rates into the kind of environment that we could see again, this is a hypothetical, could see if things get really bad here with this crisis, what does that actually do? And the answer is absolutely nothing. What does cutting rates do in that environment? Absolutely nothing. We're in a level of crisis, potentially, whereby interest rates are just irrelevant. And of course, the market doesn't want to think that, because the market likes to think it's the most important thing in the room. And the bond market, is the King Kong or the Godzilla going around scaring everybody. Well, sure it is, but absolutely, until a bigger monster comes along. And this potentially, were it to go wrong, again, that's not a forecast, that's a hypothetical. I don't see what any one level of interest rates actually does. And I've made the argument repeatedly in previous years, for those who aren't aware, that I would imagine within an emerging economic or political economic framework that will have to come out of the other side of this. I would hope it would anyway. Logically, you will see arguments being put forward that why do we have one interest rate? Why don't we have low interest rates for the things that help fund the material sector to prevent us being coerced or having these kind of problems in the first place? And why don't we have a different interest rate for things that are utterly irrelevant and frivolous for the economy? Why is it logical that we have one base rate for everything? I still struggle to get my head around that.
This is why we like having you on, Michael, because it's important to think about these larger, and because it's what's driving. So what is this really about then? Is this about the U.S.? And for those of you who are not familiar with Michael's work, he's done amazing work on economic statecraft, and that being the driving factor of geopolitics very early on, before all this played out. And it must be weird, Michael, to see some of this sort of unroll in a way that you kind of imagined. But what is really going on here? Is this the U.S. trying to control the strait? Is this the U.S. being v China? Is this about it doesn't seem like it's about the Western Hemisphere anymore. What do you think is going on here?
Okay, so to unpack that really, first of all, thank you for those kind words. But to unpack this as briefly as possible, what I think is happening here is a little bit of all of them. First of all, at root, now that the US is using statecraft, and that's obviously political, it's not doing too much of the political, a lot of shouting, not so much of the carrots, just all sticks. It's economic statecraft, which is what I've been focusing on the most, which is you don't have to use the toolkit that you've got to only make the Legos that are in the box. So effectively, you've got all the Legos in the box, but it doesn't have to look like the front of the box. You can reassemble it in lots and lots of different ways, and that's exactly what's happening. And I was pointing to historical examples of what you can make from that. So they're doing a lot of that. And clearly they're using military statecraft. I mean, that's literally what they're doing now. But I believe that they are doing it in conjunction, trying to take control as much as possible of global choke points, which the National Security Strategy says they're going to do, and to try and get control of upstream commodities wherever they can in the most important areas. Because from an industrial perspective, they have been outplayed on the economic statecraft front for decades by China and others. And China can coerce the US on rare earths, without which, you can't make anything of any importance. And China literally gets to control what you do or don't make. And even downstream industrial production across the whole swathe or a whole spectrum of different key areas, including for the American military machine. So I hypothesized months ago, in fact, going back even earlier than that, saying that the logical response for the US was, look, we have an army and a military which can project power globally for now. China will have one in 10 or 15 years. It doesn't for now. China is reliant on commodities from all around the world to feed that particular industrial engine. We can project force into those areas now in a way that China cannot. And therefore, the best thing we can do is to disrupt upstream commodity supply chains so that we have control of them. Number one, they remain priced in US dollars, which is the source of our power. Number two, we can make sure they physically flow to us from the mine, via the port, via the ship, to us, into our supply chains. And we can make sure others don't have them, which therefore means that they're more expensive on the other side and you're more competitive. And we saw that in Venezuela. We predicted that one. We said that that's a no-brainer. He'll go for Venezuela. And after that, Iran, in confluence with whatever regional dynamic you have between Israel and Iran, which is very real too, and we also spoke to, that confluence was always going to point to Iran being next. We don't know why it happened right away now. It's possible there's something none of us are cognizant of, because guess what? Even with Bloomberg, you don't get all the news. There's certainly the possibility something's happening there we'll only find out about in a few years' time. But regardless, he's now in it to win it, because if the US, to repeat myself, has to back away here, let's just say we have a real taco. Trump 5 days from now says, that's it, I'm done, I'm going home. Well, effectively, Iran has won. It's been smashed to pieces, but just like Hamas, it's still there. The rest of the Middle East, with all of their energy reserves, looks round to who's the biggest dog with the biggest bite in the region. Guess what? It's Iran. Who's siding with China, who's siding with Russia, at which point maybe that isn't priced in US dollars going forward. Guess what? Maybe all that starts to flow east rather than to anyone else. And even if the US itself doesn't rely on it, it loses the ability to coerce others by keeping it in their currency, in their network, and making sure others at least understand that potential coercion is there in the background. So it's a hiding to nothing for the US geopolitically. It's a 1956 Suez crisis for them. And it's an absolute undermining, I think, of the core principles of this Trump grand macro strategy to reinvent itself, reindustrialize itself against someone who already runs global industry now and who can coerce the US every step of the way while it tries to reindustrialize if it can't manage to coerce them back with that energy supply. So he has to win it. That's why I don't think he can tackle. I don't think he fully realizes it, perhaps, or maybe he does and just can't let it on. But if he does realize it, what a great way to game the markets than to threaten to escalate and then immediately back off, and you push energy prices down from where they were going to be, even though nothing has changed in the underlying dynamic.
Amazing stuff, and so much for us to digest. Michael, we asked you the impossible to explain sort of like geopolitics and meta in a very short amount of time, but you managed to do it and at least point us in the direction that we should be thinking about. Thank you so much for joining us today. So appreciate your time.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Tracy, we're gonna need some time to digest that. That was amazing.
He is fantastic. He is fantastic. Absolutely. So, I had 100 more questions for him, but
I know.
we'll have to have him on again.
We never have enough time for somebody like Michael. Thanks, Tracy. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you in the chat all day. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in Pharm for Tape Talk. Hi, Pharm. How you feeling
Morning,
this
Maggie.
Monday?
I'm doing well. It seems like it's a pretty quiet morning. Not a whole lot going on.
Nothing happening. Nothing for you to talk about.
Yeah. No, we'll just skip the segment, I guess. I mean, here we are with some news, a headline that looks like we're maybe looking for an off ramp, anyways. At least the market liked to see that, but I don't know. I don't like these big rips. I mean, a huge rip higher on news like this. It can be pretty dangerous, which we'll get into in a bit. But it's going to be an interesting day for sure.
So I'm sure everybody has tons of questions about how, first of all, let's talk to everyone about the levels that you're watching and what's important here, given the fact that we saw this move so quickly and then a kind of a big retracement. I think a third, I haven't checked the prices, but maybe a half. There's a lot of skepticism. So what are you looking at as important levels and sort of walk us through how you're going to think about this?
Yeah, I mean, the big picture is, the risk is that this ends up looking like an April 9th situation from 2025, where you just get this massive move, kind of like a too far, too fast situation. That, to me, was an extremely bearish move back in April of 2025. And you could say, okay, crazy Uncle Pharm again, talking nonsense. We obviously went like way, way higher. That was not bullish. What was bullish was when the days that followed, we rebid, 5120s or whatever it was. That's what was bullish. The rip higher that was thin, you recall the next day, NQ traded limit down. It traded the limit. It didn't halt, but it traded the limit down the next day. I'm not saying that's going to happen here. I'm just saying that you get these thin moves. It very much weakens the market. I mean, any short just got ass blasted completely. They're dead, right? But at the same time, who bought this? Like, you didn't buy it. I mean, like maybe a few people were in the 6490s or whatever, but big money did not chase this. Algorithms chased this. So you would rather see a dip get bought. Now we have thus far. We did so far defend a dip to some extent, anyways, at a very key area. But it's just a tricky situation here after this kind of a move. And whatever you think of like either side and who's lying, who's not, I mean, they're just saying what they have to do to protect themselves and their security, economically and militarily. Doesn't really matter, but we're going to have to see initiative buyers willing to step in and buy this at much higher prices, and that sometimes is tricky in a bearish trend. So it's going to be a very important day. We're ultimately going to, at least as of now, opening above Friday's high. So it would be a true gap up. So we'll kind of circle back to that at the end and how we trade that. But to me, I said last night, like, this is kind of the area where I would be really, really cautious. And here we are. We kind of got an overshoot into the meat of last week's upper distribution and rejected off some supply there. But generally, this 66.88 for me for this week to the upside. And then I mentioned last night, it's this 66.18 to 66.22. I think finding firm bids above there is a good look. So you've got, Friday's high sitting there at 66.43. And so if we do open above that, it'll be a true gap, which again, we'll come back to. But I think generally if dips are bought above, 66.18 to 66.22, that could be reasonably constructive on ES. And for NQ, similar spots. Again, your nasty spots kind of up here, 691 to 709 and 769 to 796. And the spot I would like to see remain bid is this 357 to 380. And thus far we have, right? So, so far so good, but we haven't traded a single minute of cash, right? So, I would have said the same thing, trading down here, we hadn't traded a single minute of cash yet. We would have been opening on a true gap down below Friday's low. And now that script has been flipped. So those are the big picture levels to me to carry forward for this entire week. If you missed the Sunday show, it's going to be this 357 to 380 is going to ultimately, continue to be the key reclaim and hold for bulls on a day like today. I think you can afford dips lower. But ultimately, that's going to be the key reclaim. And for ES, it's going to be 66.18 to 66.22. Drilling into shorter frames then. Today, again, if we open on a true gap up above Friday's high, then, the way that I look at things is, generally, if, buyers cannot sustain a bid above the open, generally, we talk about the Pharm zone in the range of the first 5 minutes, but, call it the open, call it the range of the first 5 minutes. If buyers cannot sustain above that, then I start looking for a back test of, Friday's high. Then if we lose Friday's high, some risk creeps in, right? Clearly, we would be looking at this pullback low from overnight as being a key area right around that 66.18 to 66.22. And if that doesn't hold, then this can come all the way back to 87 to 91. And then you're risking giving back this whole move, filling in these overnight single prints back down to about this 65, 63 level. And that would obviously be a pretty bad look below there. It's just coming all the way back down. You don't want to see that. On NQ, same deal, right? So we've got Friday's high. We've kind of flirted with it a little bit. If we open above there, you're watching the open, the range of the first 5 minutes. Can we sustain above that or not? And, if so, and it just ends up being a big true gap up and go, then that at least short term looks bullish. I still would be a bit skeptical trading higher. We still would be an inside week for quite some time. And I don't, 2 weeks in a row, we had, rips were chased early in the week, and then they ultimately got stepped on. So you want to see, if you're bullish, I think you want to see this pullback. I think you want to see sellers come in and step on this, and then you want to see stronger bulls have a chance to accumulate that which they could not because of this move pre-market. So that's kind of the big picture, and I'll talk a little bit more about the the true gap up situation that it looks like we're going to get on NQ. But those are the big things I'm looking at, big picture anyways. So if we cannot, again, sustain above the open and the range of the first 5 minutes, then I look for the back test of Friday's high. Same type of deal. This 357, 380 is going to be super critical. I do like this 222 to 240 as being important as well. And then keep in mind, like big picture, this is basically, we're coming off the bottom of a 6-month range. We did peak below the November low, at least on an overnight basis. We have not for NQ on a cash hours basis. So the cash hours low on NQ was 23,927 quarter. And sure, we traded below it overnight. We have not on a cash hours basis. So based on where we were last night, we were still effectively at range low, perspective range low. And so I do think we need to respect that. And this kind of thing, this obviously was some news, but these big pops, cover rallies, things of that nature are pretty common at a range low. So you don't want to be too comfortable being short in the hole, that's for sure. But at the same time, sellers are very much in control until we've at least taken out a prior day's high on a cash hours basis, which we have the opportunity to do today, assuming it's not some huge gap and crap. But ultimately, like, you're gonna have to take out a prior week's high, and then see a dip defended. It's just going to create a multi-week balance. So, I mean, there's a lot of work to go. So to me, it's just very, very careful getting bullish on these rips. This kind of move dramatically weakens market structure. You do not have strong bulls in this move. You've rinsed out weak sellers. And so now the day opens, and like, if you're a seller, like, and not even a short seller, like, keep in mind, like, not every seller is a short and not every buyer is a long, right? If you've been trapped long, and this news just doesn't quite do it for you, you've got a great opportunity to exit. So this is going to be a very, very important open. And, I think volume building up here, see if you get a volume point of control shift up before the open on the overnight profile, you might. It's just going to start looking like profit taking. And so again, then you look and see if this move cracks back down. Like, I mean, if we end up trading below all of this, it's going to be really ugly. I tend to think. So that's the risk of this type of a move that comes on kind of some thin news. And, like your last guy said, it's not like he said the war's over. He just said, like, this latest escalation, we're going to walk that back a bit. And so energy sold off, and, bonds bid, and, everything sort of got a little bit of a short-term positioning unwind. But for those smarter, savvier sellers that, were covering these lows or covering Friday's low, as would have been completely appropriate, you're looking at this and you're like, wow, I get to sell this like a couple hundred handles higher. That looks amazing. So I would just be very, very careful to get too bullish on these rips. Get bullish when sellers come in and they step on it and they make no traction. That to me is bullish. Rips higher are not. So it's all about Friday's high, this overnight pullback low. And then, again, if we're offering, let's say 65, 87 to 91, now you've got all the volume from Friday pretty much trapped off sides again. NQ, similar picture here. If we're offering 222s to 240s after all this exciting move, it's over. And you've got a long way to go still for last week's high up there, way up on ES, 60, 6800s, still going to be a big, big spot. Now, if they do just come in and they just gap this and go, you want to be careful fading it, right? Like, if all the action is above the range of the first 5 minutes, the Pharm zone, then you definitely need to be careful trying to fade that. But honestly, that would surprise me a little bit if that's the case. But to me, that's the thing that I'm watching is the range of the first 5 minutes. If we trade both sides of that, it starts to look like balance. At least initially, maybe we balance for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, sort of trade in a range and then make a decision from there. If we only trade below the low of that Pharm zone, then it's looking like we're back testing Friday's high, potentially accepting back into Friday's range. That looks terrible. And if we only trade above the high of the Pharm zone, then it sort of starts to look like a gap up and go, which again, I struggle to buy that we would see that. But, there could be a lot of trap sellers still that need to cover and close out puts at the open. So you never know. I do believe it's a negative gamma environment. So these moves can be fast and furious and nasty in both directions. So I would just keep a level head. I mean, like, I just don't see people coming in and saying, oh, okay, well, we're not going to bomb these, power grid or whatever for 5 days. So I'm going to buy back everything that I sold for the last 6 months. Seems a little bit optimistic for me. So if you're bullish, to me, the number one thing you want to see is sellers come in and try to sell it and sell it hard and then get nowhere. And that to me would be bullish. So look back on your daily chart at April 9th, same type of thing. We ripped. They came in, they stepped on it hard, and they got nowhere. Multiple days in a row, we held 5120s. That was very, very bullish. So the analogy here would be coming in and they sell this and maybe they can't get back below November's low. 65.39 was a cash hour low on ES. 25 was the ETH low in November. That kind of thing is bullish. Rips on thin rips on news. That's not bullish to me.
Pharm, this is going to be, it seems like a really tough day. Some traders in the chat commenting that Trump's been talking on Fox, he's on CNBC, sort of doing the rounds. We have so many headlines and we don't know what's true. Uh, how are you thinking about when you want to participate? I know you're looking at the levels, but what kind of risk is around that? Because you saw how quickly things turned on one headline.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. I try to ignore most of it, especially when it's something that, I mean, you don't know which side is telling more of the truth, than the other. I'm sure it's like somewhere in between. But, again, both sides are just doing what they have to do to protect themselves ultimately. So that's where I just have to like put my price monkey hat on and say, let's just see, what happens, right? I mean, I did take an opportunistic short up there at 67.40, cover the dump. That's great. But I do think you have to be really careful in this environment, especially a negative gamma environment. With like headline risk is a fantastic way to blow up your account. So to me, it's like much smaller size. And then, really, really carefully watching your intraday profile, because that's going to give you at least your best read on which side is in control for today. And, outside of that, I would keep it small in terms of size, because you're probably going to have a little bit wider stops anyways. And you just never know when a tape bomb's lurking around the corner.
Yeah, especially on a day like today. We so have to get you a Price Monkey hat. So when you're wearing it, we know that's the lead. That's a swag request immediately. Thanks so much, Pharm. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Have a good day. Thanks.
So I feel like a lot of people feeling that skepticism. The poll is really split once again. One of these days I'm going to walk in, it's going to be like really one-sided, because every day it's split, but little bit for the bulls, but pretty much split between neutral and bearish. So everyone trying to figure out what to do. And as we heard Pharm talk about, a lot of work to do, and beware of that profit-taking risk out there. All right, it's time to trade the open. Tanja and Salma are with us. Hello, hello. How's everyone feeling? Wow, what a morning.
Good morning.
What a morning indeed. Oh my gosh, feeling a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, for sure. This is pretty crazy. Probably the craziest candle we've seen since last year, April.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna have to ditch the beware the Ides of March and just like roll it into this March, April territory, just being super dangerous. A lot of great conversations this morning. A lot of people trying to figure out. I am going to get out of your way immediately, because I have a feeling as we head toward the open, we're going to get a lot of headlines because Trump's out talking. So good luck to everybody. See you gals later.
Thanks so much,
Thanks, Maggie. Take care. Hi, Tanja. Good morning.
Happy Monday, everybody. What a way to start out the morning. I open up my charts and I'm like, huh?
Is it really a happy Monday,
and then
though?
you go and you check Twitter. What did you say?
I said, is it really a happy Monday, though?
Every Monday, every day I'm alive is a happy day, I'd
There you
say.
go.
Probably not, but
Probably not.
Monday, but we'll find out. It kind of sucks when you wake up and, you look at the charts and you're like, huh?
That's why you got to be awake earlier, Tanja. I saw this. I was in awe.
I'd prefer this. I don't want it happening while I'm like just looking at it. Then it's like stressful to watch it form like that. And then you check Twitter, you check X, and yeah, like we've said, these are the Trump comments saying that the discussions with Iran have been productive. And then, I just retweeted something that at 7:04 a.m. he said the U.S. and Iran have had productive discussions to end the Iran war, and then by 7:10 we like popped 250 points on the S&P, and then 27 minutes later Iran completely denied all of his claims and said there's been no contact with the U.S., and then we fell 120 points back. So we're still up, but like Pharm said, I don't really trust this market either. How about you, Sam? How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think as the day goes on, we'll definitely be getting a lot more headlines. The moves are going to be super large. I agree with Pharm. You got to be sized down, keep your stops wide. I think, guys, if anyone in the chat here is trading props, might be a good day to just give those fundeds a break and just focus on passing your evaluations, stack up those evals. This is a good day to do that. Allows you to not put weeks worth of work at risk. on a Monday morning where you have no idea what's going to happen as we go into the cash session. So yeah, it might be just a good day to focus on those evals and start
Yeah,
passing them.
yeah. Or just really just 1 or 2 micros because just the
Yeah.
volatility is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna write down like beware of more headlines on my in my notebook because like
Right.
Maggie said, he is on Fox right now. Okay. Interesting. So much
I
has been
mean,
happening
I
there.
traded a little bit before we got on stream, and dude, 1 to 2 micros is like honestly, these moves on
You can
ES
make
are
500
just
bucks in a few minutes with
yeah,
that. Or
yeah.
you
The
can
moves
also
are
lose
so large, you
500
can get
bucks in a
paid
few
for sure.
minutes. So that's better to do that. Like just keep it how you usually keep it tight, keep it tight
Yeah.
or not at all because then, keeping it loose is gonna blow you up.
Yeah, this can be a very easy day to blow up. Whether you're chasing, whether you
Yeah.
till, whatever the case may be. Um, yeah, definitely a day to keep your emotions in check. And just remind yourself also, guys, now I don't want to like preach, but it's still Monday. We have an entire week ahead of us. There's no need to like go crazy
Mhm.
today, knowing that, we can come back and do this again tomorrow.
Exactly. Got a long career ahead of you.
Yep. Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, so it's tough.
I mean, I don't really have anything that I was really looking at just because this move kind of
I mean, yeah,
this
what's
move is
crazy
crazy.
so
There's no
far,
point.
1,000 points in the Nasdaq before the Monday open. I think that's
Yeah.
kind of crazy, right?
Yeah. I mean, anything we were looking
That's a
at
whole
just got
weekly
invalidated, right? Or
range. What'd you say?
I said anything we were looking at coming into today just got completely invalidated with this candle, or it
Yeah,
already
very
hit.
true.
So,
Yeah, so hmm. I could see ES. I mean, it would be great to just reject here on this daily SIBI here that I've lined up here for ES. Let's see here from this move down here. Yeah, thank you, production. I'm gonna look this fib from this drop. This is above 50%. This is actually in the golden pocket zone, and there's a daily SIBI here, kind of like what we did yesterday. I mean, last week we had a drop, and then Monday we retraced up into here, but we didn't hit the SIBI yet. So then Tuesday and Wednesday we were rejecting from it. But given it's a headline-driven market here, we could have the volatility just reject this today. And let's see for the Nasdaq, same thing. That's a tiny daily SIBI though here. It's very tiny, but probably on the 4 hour, if I switch to that, it's probably gonna show up. Yeah. So from this high, I definitely don't want, you know, that Tuesday high to get taken. Wednesday high, I mean last week's high. I want us to, if we're gonna continue going lower towards that, I was thinking we'd go lower towards that monthly FEG, like that July low.
mm-hmm.
I've been looking for that for a while, for a few months now, right? That this consolidation market's been very tough to just have any continuation. So that July low, 63.96, we've been like approaching it in a very crazy manner, right? So this is a push up back. So we've been kind of getting that. You get a drop off, and then we get deep retracements, and people get stopped out, and then we drop off again. Same thing. It's just a slow drag lower. Um, but yeah, I do think that we might be hitting some rejection zones here in the morning. I don't really trust this push up. Like we said, it kind of feels like it could be fake news, but more headlines are going to come out. It's just about, I don't know how reliable they're going to be, just like Pharm said just now. Hard to trust this market. So, we'll mark out like the gap up for sure. You like to work with those too, right? The RTH gaps.
Yeah, I was actually going to point out, I'm not sure about NQ, but since you mentioned Wednesday, last week's
Mhm.
Wednesday,
Mhm.
on ES, we only filled that gap halfway and it's still open. So we still do have some way to go. a full gap would send us to around 68.28. I don't know if NQ ever filled its gap. I mean, I can just check real quick. But we definitely still have that open on ES.
Oh
No, it
yeah,
looks.
there. Oh man, I don't know if we're gonna. For me, I'm personally more bearish.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Hopefully.
it looks like NQ might have filled its Wednesday gap. Or
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But ES though, no. Let me
That could
check
just
that
be
again.
T. The previous week high was also like pretty at a good level, rejecting at the previous month low, like the February month low in ES. I like that.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Not last week, Wednesday, the week before, the 11th on
Yeah.
ES.
Yeah, I figured like what's above at the Wednesday high, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What is the chat saying? What do you vote in the poll? What your bias is? Are you bullish, bearish, or neutral? Let us know. I'm very interested. I think Maggie said it's so far split 50-50. We'll check it before the open again. And I like to keep tabs on what you guys think. You guys are pretty good bias in the chat. All right. Yeah, I just feel like, yeah, I mean, obviously you see what was the NASDAQ? It went up like 950 points in 15
That's
minutes.
so crazy. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was even less than that, right? And yeah, in 5 minutes. So 900 point. I've never seen anything like that, like since last year, I guess. The
Yeah.
tariffs. So it feels a lot like that. Maggie had mentioned, like, yeah, beware the Ides of March or beware, March and April, apparently.
Dude, I don't even
We're gonna
want
have
to
to
know
come
what
up
the
with a new
market.
saying, chat. Hmm?
I said I don't even want to know what the market will do on like the 1 year anniversary of like the tariff. Like where we marked the bottom, that
Yeah,
April
the
7th to April
local,
9th. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. That
I don't
is.
even I wonder if we close green that day, just like,
Mm-hmm. I
you know.
wonder too.
Yeah. A lot of people in the chat asking us if we're doing the March Madness competition.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, no, we have our
the
own competition. We're gonna do the micro arena cup. So check that out.
Yep, that'll be next week.
$5,000 grand prize. And I mean, $5,000 prize pool and $1,000 grand prize goes to the winner. Free to sign up. I'm sure production will put it in the chat right now. So I'm probably just gonna save my mental energy for that personally.
Yeah, me too. Yep. I'm excited for that actually. Really
Mm-hmm.
looking forward to it.
Me too. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. You guys all better participate.
Yeah, word. Be me versus Salma versus Lumi. And, apparently Pax has already chosen sides here before the competition started. He goes, I love Tanya. Excited to meet Lumi, but I want Salma to win. I'm like, damn, shots
He's bold.
fired.
He's bold for saying that. I gotta admit.
But it was bold. Shots fired, Pax. I don't know. I was like, I'm
Pax is in
ready. I
trouble.
was in Williamsburg and then I was like, I'm gonna look up if there's a Ferragamo nearby. And if there is, I'm gonna walk over to it and FaceTime him in front of it.
I'm
But there was
dead.
not. So,
That would be so
I'm in
funny.
the city. I will do that.
That's funny as hell. Oh boy, we still have quite some time till the market opens.
Yeah.
A lot can happen here.
Yep. It is definitely stressful. Hmm.
Dude, you should have seen this morning. I had TradingView pulled up as
Oh,
this
you were
candle. I was
yo,
just
you woke up
watching.
so early. Didn't that happen at like 7 a.m., 7:04?
Yeah, I've been up since 6.
Okay. What time do you go to bed?
Oh, I went to sleep so late last night only because I was in a trade. I went to sleep at like 1 in the morning. It was not good. Tanya doesn't approve.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
That physically pained me to hear. Like I had to shake that off of me.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm lucky if I get like 4 or 5 hours a night. I don't
No,
recommend, guys.
that's terrible. Don't do that to yourself. Why are you doing that to yourself?
Dude, because I was in this trade, look really good, and then like Asia session likes to
Do you
play
trade
around a
like every
lot.
session or what? Just Asia, New York Open, New York AM, New York PM, and Asia,
Yeah, I mean sometimes like the
and
Asia trade.
pre-market.
Yeah, sometimes the Asia trade will go into London, but like I'll be asleep, just have it
Yeah.
on and I'll just be asleep. But um yeah, like price action was just they were messing around last night and I just couldn't sleep without seeing what was gonna happen. So
I don't
yeah.
know. I'm not opening my charts late at night because of that reason.
It's definitely not healthy, but like I was watching it this morning and then you get this crazy candle. I'm like
Yeah.
zooming out for like 5 seconds, like a good 5 seconds. I'm like trying to zoom out just to be able to see what was
Yeah.
happening. It was pretty nuts.
That is crazy. Yeah. Hmm. That's crazy, bro. Hmm.
How was your weekend though? Good?
It was good. It was fun. I did walked it was a beautiful day on Saturday. Did you walk around on Saturday, I hope, or
No,
go
I
out?
was in Connecticut on Saturday, so I was with family up
Was it
there.
nice on in Connecticut?
I mean, I don't know. Like I went up there for an engagement party, so it was just like I was in the car for 2 hours and then
Mm,
whatever, partying for a couple hours and then drove back pretty late that night.
that's
But
nice.
yesterday was nice too, though.
Oh yeah, it was in the later on in the day. In the morning wasn't
Yeah.
so much. It was beautiful. So I went to I just walked around like and I went to Brooklyn. That was nice.
Oh,
And then I
nice.
went to the bathhouse or the spa. And that was nice. And then on Sunday, what did I do on Sunday? I met up with some friends and we golfed a bit. I did pretty well. I'm happy.
Wait,
Uh,
like actual round of golf or just hit
yeah,
the range? Oh,
it
nice.
was good.
Very, very nice.
But we tried
Damn.
to speed it up as much as possible. So
Yeah.
we did like, yeah,
Nine or 18?
huh?
Did you play a 9 round or 18?
We
18
played
holes?
18, but we wanted to speed it up as much as possible. So we did four of us. We did a scramble, and then like we shot with with the scramble. We shot 9 under, so that was fun. And we did use some of my balls, so I'm happy. And I'm shooting further, so I'm happy.
Oh, that's really good.
Oh,
I
but
haven't played a
and
round
it
of
only took
golf
like 2.5 hours, so that was good.
for 18, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, because
That's
we
really
did
fast.
yeah,
Wow.
it's the fastest
Um,
I've ever done it for sure.
yeah, I haven't played golf since literally I think it was like a week
Mhm.
before COVID shutdown. It's been years.
We got to get you out there again.
I just don't have anyone to play with here. Like,
Now you have me.
yeah.
We're not far from each other. We could meet in the course in the you know where what course I want to do? The one with like in the in Jersey City, I think it's like Sky View, Skyline, something like that. I think
Never
it's
heard
only
of it, but I'm
holes.
down.
It's only 9 holes. It's good and it has like views of the city too.
Oh yeah, that would be really cool. Someone goes, that's a rich sport. It is. I mean, it is,
Yeah,
but
but it's
I
fun.
think yeah, it's really fun.
All right, let's see what the chat's saying with the bias.
I can't even see the poll.
Let's see. They're saying 48% bullish, 28% bearish, and 23% neutral. All right.
I would say I'm pretty neutral on the day just because I think we'll get some good moves in both directions. I don't know if it'll be just like a trend day, either a trend day up or a trend day down. I don't think we get that. Could be wrong though. Let's see.
Hmm. You don't think it's gonna be a trend day, or what did you say? Oh, it could be either way, trend day up or
I'm saying I think we get like I think both bulls and bears will get opportunities today to trade. in either direction. I don't know if it'll be a true just like, one way trend.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I also believe that because just especially if you're getting a lot of
Yeah.
talking, a lot of headlines, then
Mm-hmm.
it could go down one headline up the next, just like we've been
Right.
seeing already. So,
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Like we literally, like this candle came at the bottom of this range. It couldn't
mhm.
have been any better timing to keep us kind of, in the same place that we've been in. So yeah, we probably continue to keep doing this like back and forth.
Mhm.
Shall see. Someone goes, any idea on crypto? Personally, I don't really trade anything crypto related. So I can't really comment much on that. But you can catch the Sunday night show. They just added a crypto segment. You can catch that after the Sunday Open at 7 p.m. You can even go watch yesterday's and
But yeah,
catch
that's
the
probably the best. So go to yesterday's crypto segment.
yeah, catch the replay, guys. Anyway, so far though, I mean, I know they touched on this earlier, but yeah, we retraced to 50% of the move and
Mhm.
we bounced perfectly. And we've just been above the 90 EMA and the 10 minutes all morning. So I'll be watching that personally. I'll be watching the 10 and the 15 to see what we do and take a trade based off that. That's what I'm doing. Oh, Wit DC, I have to let you guys know. I have to let the entire chat know. I actually ended up buying the audiobook for the David Goggins book, and I am halfway through. So I am making headway, and yeah, I just
Nice.
got it literally 2 days ago. Leo's been giving me a lot of shit for
Called
not
like
reading it.
what's it called?
Can't
Stop.
hurt me.
Can't hurt me.
Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep.
She's gonna start waking up even earlier and sleeping even less. That's exactly what she needs.
Well, he says it's not a motivational book, so no,
Yeah.
his story's pretty crazy though. The audio book is nice because I obviously don't have to physically pick up the book and I can just listen while doing other things. So when I'm getting ready in the morning or like doing my nightly routine at night, I'll just have it on. And yeah, I typically have something on anyway, like, whatever, a podcast or an interview of some sort.
Mhm.
So the audiobook is it's great. It's been 2 days and I'm already halfway through the book, so should be done with it before end of the week. And
That's
then
good.
nobody can tell me anything.
Who was telling you anything before?
So Leo recommended it,
Mhm.
and he was so adamant that I read it that he ended up buying me the book. And I tried. I really did. I tried. I read probably like the first 3 chapters or something like that, and
Okay.
then I never picked the book back up again. And so chat is always mentioning it. And I don't know, he brought it
Okay,
up
so
again.
a while ago. Okay, and he's like, "Oh, you spent."
It's been like 2 months maybe.
Okay, fair enough.
So I just
Busy girl.
yeah. Like, sometimes it's just really hard to like stop everything I'm doing and just pick up a book and read. Whereas like the audiobook, I'm on the go and I can still make some headway. What book is it? It's called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a wild ride this morning. I already know. We already know.
Oh, dude, I come back later. I have the trade the close session today too.
Oh, word. And then
Uh,
are you on Wednesday
I
with
am
me?
on Wednesday, yeah.
All right, cool.
Let me wait. Let's double check
It's
that.
me and you, probably I think Jack.
Yeah. I'm on. So like I won't be here Thursday. Usually Thursday is my double day. And so they gave me a segment for today.
Cool.
Not really a fun day to have a double segment on.
Oh, I know that you'd be watching the charts anyway, so
Yeah, no, I'm here. Don't
watch
you
the charts
worry.
24/7. So maybe it is the best day. They know Salma's gonna be around.
Don't you worry. I will definitely honestly I really would be here at my desk, so
Yeah.
makes no difference.
Now you're just live in front of couple thousand people.
Yeah, it's all good. What's up, peoples? People are complimenting your hat and hoodie,
Thank you.
and I'm just jealous I don't have that hoodie.
Oh, this is the OG hoodie.
It looks really nice.
The OG. This is my favorite one though.
It looks really, really
When we
good.
launched a year ago when I
Is
got
there anything
down
on the
there.
back, or is it just the front?
I think this is it. It's just simple.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's nice.
And then I have this. I think, yeah, I have this too. The NinjaTrader water bottle. So
All
we're
right,
all
now you're just
matte
flexing on
black.
us.
I'm flexing.
Now you're just flexing. You're just flexing.
I should get my NinjaTrader themed mug. That nobody has. I don't even think Delhi has that.
Is it a thing?
I have it. I have a NinjaTrader mug but that's from like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. I don't know.
Bro, I only have I think three things. The hat, the zip up, and the pullover.
That's nice. That's all. That's a lot.
No, I want the hoodie.
Stay for
I'll
long.
trade you a hat for a hoodie.
I've been here longer. I'm the
Chat.
OG. I'm a veteran.
All right, fine. Fine.
It's a collectible now. It's gonna be worth more than a Pokemon.
You're gonna see that being sold at the auction.
It's gonna be worth more than a Pokemon card. Yeah, for sure.
So funny.
Mm-mm-mm. Liquid Flow says, waiting for Jim Cramer to post counter trade him. Savage.
I think
bro.
he's been posting actually.
Oof. More.
Tanya, I open up my Twitter and I see your tweet. What the hell is this market?
Yeah. I feel like I'm very relatable. Those are my best tweets, is what I just post whatever I'm thinking in the first thing in the morning.
It
You
just
know?
go viral.
That's the one that, yeah, I posted. It's like, I'm gonna be telling my kids one day that I survived the consolidation market of 2026.
Bro,
Same
I'm
thing. I
dead.
woke up and I was like, I literally thought that to myself, and I was like, I'm gonna tweet that.
I'm surprised there's not more memes about the range.
I
Like
know.
last year during the tariffs, like there was a lot of memes that came out.
I guess the memes are more for volatility. I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe.
Yeah, it seems like Kramer said every day the world's economy will slow from the war, very hard to break free. Geez, bears scrambling. Are they cornered? Bulls rule for AM. So you guys, it means we're gonna drop.
Bro, he needs to just not speak. I actually have a really good response back. Hold on. Hold up. What time is it? 9:26? Oh, I have time.
We have time.
I have time to troll him right now.
Uh-oh.
All right. Chat, go check my tweet.
Oh no. That's funny.
Bro, anytime I
Definitely
troll
not.
him, those tweets do numbers. All right. Time to focus. Okay, I will say my upside targets. My first upside targets, I will only probably be looking at ES today. I will only be trading ES, I should say. I'll still be looking at everything else. But my upside targets for ES would be 67.77, 6,800, obviously. And then 68.27 would gap fill us fully from two Wednesdays ago. So those are my three. I just have it marked as this like zone. Okay. Those are, we're still pretty far away from those targets. But with the way, price has been moving, very feasible and doable, right? I don't put anything past Trump, to be honest with you. And then my first downside target would be 65.98. And then 65.57. Anything below that, obviously, we'll just take the low of this 7 a.m. candle.
Fair enough, yeah. I think, yeah, we retraced pretty deeply there. It would be nice if NASDAQ or ES took out pre-market high and then swept it, and the other one didn't. We have an SMT to work off of, but otherwise, like if we stay below the 830 open, yeah, we could just take out and go back all the way pretty deeply within this 800 point candle, if not just going back to the weekly open itself and just take everything out. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to say I'm leaning bearish. Let's see, chat. What did you guys put? Let's see. It's now 9:28. It's updated. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it
check
would be crazy if we
the
just
macro
drop.
showdown. Okay, you guys said 47% bullish, 29% bearish, and 24% neutral. Okay. Here's the open.
Here we go. It would be pretty insane if we dropped and all these bulls that got in at the highs are just stay trapped.
Yep.
Bro, what did I tell you? That tweet did numbers.
Already.
3 minutes, 40 likes. Okay. Let's focus. Okay, we're at the 90 EMA on the 15-minute here. Obviously we just opened up, but you'd want to see bulls hold this. I think a 15-minute candle close below would definitely be bearish. And I think if we obviously take out 66.27, then we'll just go lower, right? That's what I'm watching for now.
Okay.
Pretty meh open so far. I mean,
Yeah, 9:30 and 8:30 open for NASDAQ are pretty much around the same price, and ES, same thing. Yeah, pretty meh open, as you said. Pretty quiet. It's been quiet.
yeah, you would
So let's
expect
see this
more.
RTH gap. Eef, wild. 350 points. Gapped up.
I just marked the 30-second OR high and OR low on ES. Do the same on NQ actually.
81 points. Okay.
What's 81 points?
Gap up from ES and RTH gap is like 81 points.
Sheesh. Yeah, that is a nasty gap.
And for Sunday, we had that a gap down, actually, the Sunday open.
I know typically
Kinda
we
crazy.
open up red and then by like the morning the whole entire move has been reversed.
Yeah, exactly.
And it wasn't up until 7 a.m. that it actually did reverse. It was looking pretty bearish before that.
That was a big gap down too.
Mm-hmm.
300
See, that's the price action I was like stuck in. Just trying to trade that, not fun.
Should have just went to bed, Salma. Go to bed.
I know I lost sleep
Salma
for
to
no
go to
reason.
bed earlier.
I need the what is it called? The thing that like locks you out of your phone?
Brick. Get it. I
Yeah,
have it.
I need that.
I'll get it. Yeah. I have two of those. Well, I just got two of them because they sent me another one for free. I gave it to my sister.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. I feel like I would just go and unlock myself out.
But you have to be like physically there, so you have to like walk over and do it. So you have to have the intention. That's the point. Like not just you probably mindlessly open up the TradingView app on your phone, right?
Yeah,
Like you
it's
just
out of
your
habit. Yeah.
your fingers go automatically there. All right. Yes, slightly weaker.
This is a really boring open, not gonna lie. I was expecting a little bit more fireworks, but
Is Trump
uh,
on Fox yet, or
let me see.
yeah, someone said Brick Squad word. Mm.
No, I'm not seeing anything in like from Financial Juice so far.
Yeah, me neither. Okay. And then Trump 49 minutes ago, yeah, oh well, he was on Fox. He said on 49 minutes ago, 8:45, he said he's not sure what Iran is talking about. Okay. Recent Iran talks happened last night. Okay, so who's telling the truth? It's wild.
I know, and this is like it literally gives me PTSD to last year with the whole tariffs thing of just like one headline saying one thing and then the next headline a complete opposite. Just
Yeah, like I remember they lifted the tariffs ban the day before, and then they were like, "No, that's fake news." And then the next day they actually did.
bro. Just
Yeah, okay, so Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan also passing messages between the US and Iran. All right. I don't know.
oh, I just marked the gap. That's pretty huge.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what the ATR is now. 630 points for the
That's
NASDAQ.
so crazy, dude. Yo, that's calculating how many
150 for ES. Did you say something? What did you
how
ask?
many days does that calculate?
Last 5 days.
Wow,
150 points for ES and NASDAQ 630.
pretty wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty slow open here.
Mm-hmm. We're starting to see something here a little bit of movement. But yeah, I definitely expected more than just this. This feels like just a regular look any other day.
It feels like that we moved a lot on headlines right now, so it's consolidating again
Mm-hmm.
until we get other headlines.
I think this might be probably the slowest open since we've been on together. Usually it's like some crazy
Yeah,
exasperated move at the open.
I agree. That's true. So where did I get the hoodie? It's fire. Thank you. I got it from the NinjaTrader team. Limited edition, special edition.
Bro,
I
what else do you have?
have a mug. I have coasters. I
Bro,
have.
what the heck?
But that's even from before the revamp. I have those. So I was on I was like a guest, you know, the old school live stream too. So I got that. That was nice.
Dude, you could probably sell those
I'm
for.
not selling it. They're coffee stained anyway. They're coffee stained stone coasters though. They're cool.
Someone out there would still buy it.
Oh, well, we got golf balls too. Pro V1 golf balls.
Oh, that's cool. That's really, really cool. Those I want to see. Wait, let me zoom into your thingy.
Wait,
What does it say on it? What is that?
NT.
Oh. Those are sick.
Yeah, I don't know. I have like,
I see it. Yeah. Wow.
yeah,
Whose idea was that? Deli's?
definitely delis. I have a few of these. I have like 6 golf balls, but I'm not using these. These will stay in mint condition.
Yeah, you don't want to lose those on
Oh,
the course.
I will. I will definitely lose
Yeah.
golf balls on the course if I use them. Yeah. So I have bright red ones that I use so I can easily find them in the grass or water. So, okay, chat. Not much going on here. The first few minutes, we have not even a 1 minute fair value gap. All right. Just kind of curling up. All right. Nasdaq just kind of bounced at previous month low, February's low. 15 minutes definitely consolidating.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
like people trade like what bull flags and such. What if we're just like building up a pennant here, or a bull flag on a 15-minute time frame? Something like that. Like we can just consolidate. That's what I'm kind of anticipating. I don't know.
yeah, it is looking a little bit like that pennant, like a wedge.
I can see a consolidation forming. Which I'm fine with. Like I'd rather have that than something that makes my heart race in the morning.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of. It's like, okay, if I don't see anything, it's fine. But you do build some anticipation for sure.
Okay, well, while the market figures out what it wants to do, someone in the chat asked, how many ES contracts can you trade in the competition? I'm going to assume you're asking about our competition that's next week, next Monday. That is the micro showdown. So it's literally only micros, and we're able to trade 5 micros on ES, 5 on NQ. You can trade 3 on gold, 3 on silver, and then 3 on crude. And guys, again, those are all micros. So yes, there you go.
Sounds good.
I think that's more than enough, honestly.
Yeah, that is more than enough.
3 on silver is
Micros
crazy.
make money.
Yeah, they do for sure.
Micros make money. For sure. I like that term because especially if you have multiple accounts and you copy trade, like you don't need anything more than that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people like try to, talk down on micros, and it's like, why? If it makes dollars, like who cares? Yeah, Nando, that's the March Madness competition that started today. All right, we're getting something here. Bull's still trying to hold this 15-minute 9 EMA. It's pretty good.
Looks pretty good. Chat was mostly bullish, 47% bullish, and we are holding up. So I mean, I think consolidation is good for the bulls if they hold it this morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back.
And then there was one, guys. Is he talking right now? I tried checking before. Oh, I see. Yep, the headline's starting to come in. or not the headlines, but like the updates on what he's saying are starting to come in. There we go. We have someone in the chat who's kind enough to share the news. Seeing ES at previous week mid here. Basically, we're sandwiched in between previous quarter low and previous week mid. Just wait and see what they do here. Crude is dumping as well. Crude actually looks like a nasty bear flag on the 15-minute. Oh, thank you, Larry. Yeah, I was streaming solo last week for a couple minutes, and now I'm streaming solo now for a couple minutes. I'm starting to see a lot more things coming out from what Trump is saying. So, guys, if you're in a position, just be careful. I mean, look at how this 15-minute candle just closed as a doji. I might try small longs here. I mean, very, very small, guys. Try and set a limit. See if we come down a little bit more to the 30-second OR low. If we do that, fill on these longs, and I'll target previous day high. If not, this thing can just go without me. But I like the fact that we are still holding this 9 EMA on the 15. I think my bias will flip bearish if we get that 15-minute candle close below. Until then, just continue with the trend here.
All right, I'm back. Also, I
She's
brought
back.
back the NinjaTrader mug I have.
We believed you. You're
The
funny.
mat.
Should have made coffee.
Wait, do you have a minute? I also have a mouse pad. Do you have that?
Bro, no, I don't have any of this stuff. Are you trolling me right now? Bro, who do I have to talk to get these things?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Did you
she's
me?
the NT swag hoarder and the NT swag flexer.
I should have gotten some more stuff. I also have a mini tote bag.
Bro, what the heck?
The launch was fun. I don't know.
Bro, I will give back the hat in return for something else. Like a hat for a hoodie, maybe, per se.
You don't wear hats, right? Like I don't see you wearing a hat.
I don't really, I'm not sure how much I love it just because like the brim feels so long. Like it literally feels huge.
I like it. It's a good hat.
I saw a tweet actually yesterday and it goes, why do I always feel so ridiculous wearing hats? It's like everyone knows I'm not a hat wearer. And it's like so true. When you first put on a hat, like, you know, I'm obviously not someone who wears hats all the time. So I feel a little bit like they know I don't wear hats. It's like a little bit
Gotta have the
humiliating.
confidence.
Tanya is rage baiting you with the merch. Yeah, she is. She's trying to make us jealous, guys.
Once says Trump is talking, jumping around.
He is yapping a
Where
lot.
talks lead with major points of agreement. Okay, cool. Thanks for pasting it into the chat.
Yeah, someone is doing a really good job posting the news. I have a limit, by the way. I have a small little limit on some longs at the OR low, the 30-second OR low on ES. If we get down there, take that. It came really close to filling it. Came about 3 points. Tanya, now you have the chat wanting tote bags.
I want like a thicker tote bag. Shab knows about it. I'm sure she's there.
If I ever get one, I'll give it to you. I don't ever use tote bags.
Oh, I have like so many of them. I use tote bags all the time. Catwoman look, thank you. Some people are calling me Batwoman and Catwoman. Okay, slay, because it's the matte black. Thank you. They called Trump on Iran. They called. I didn't call. Okay. Can't guarantee.
Bro, like who cares who called?
There's a lot of yeah, he also says he spoke with a top leader, but not the son of the Ayatollah. Who's like the new supreme leader.
Bro, Trump just said we can't guarantee a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand this back and forth. Oh, come on, don't pump
We gotta
now.
use to it. We didn't really, did we go at all into the gap up? Not right. We opened here. $62 points and ES about just 20 points into the 82-point gap up. Okay. You see what's crazy about it is it's just like a slow little staircase up, and I don't really trust those too much. There's no FEGs. There hasn't been any sell side swept. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable getting long personally. I don't get comfortable getting long up here.
I mean, I hate that it just went without me here. Just literally pumped 20 points.
Oh, really?
So close to getting filled on that. Yeah. That's a shame. All right, I might have to cancel this. I thought we'd come down a little bit more.
You're like hoping a 47s or 750?
48, which is like the 30-second OR low, and then targeting previous day high.
Oh.
It's literally came down to 51, I think. Yeah. All right, I'm getting ready to cancel this potentially. Well, there's no point. I mean, even if it comes down here, it comes down again, I don't really love it as much as I did before. Still struggling here at previous week mid. Same thing on NQ. Crude is puking, guys. I would watch to see if we get a close below like 87.60 on the 15-minute on crude. That would confirm continuation, like a further continuation to the downside. Oh, here we go. Starting to push higher now. It's what I hate when we get so close to limit fill and then it just goes without you.
Teased you for sure. Nasdaq's a bit stronger here. I do wonder if it'll maybe have an SMT at the pre-market high if it gets there.
I try not to market into any trades, especially on a day like today.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you can get market filled and then like literally on the ES it could be 5 points above
Yeah,
what
not
you
a day where I
wanted.
want to deal with
It's
slippage,
if it's
honestly.
yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. No, I'm still honestly pretty bearish, but I need to see maybe hopefully pre-market highs taken on NASDAQ and ES it's not, and then maybe we get a divergence there and push lower. But yeah, we gotta just see this bunch of headlines coming out. So I'm okay with not taking a trade too.
Yeah,
But
I
like
mean, we
honestly,
have.
you have
Go
such a
ahead.
big move before the open. It's like, oh man, how much more can it actually move? Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we have the 10 a.m. Candle, or I should say we have the 4-hour candle closing at 10 a.m. The hourly as well. We'll see what happens there. Hourly, I don't necessarily love for more upside, but they can easily invalidate this and continue pushing it higher. Today, I'll honestly probably just be looking more for setups on the lower time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Cause the reason why I didn't buy at 62 is just because I wanted the 30-second OR low. I thought we'd at least get that. Didn't want to get in higher if I thought we could, I could get in lower.
They could still give it to you. ES is like a little bit weaker. We'll find
Yeah,
out.
I just don't know if I'll love it as much.
Yeah.
Like it was
But
looking
the
real
first
good.
half of the for 30-second low after it broke back above was kind of, I guess, like 941, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we
Yep.
didn't really get back there, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it
Okay.
came really, really close and just dipped without me. Or not dipped. I mean, dipped as in pushed higher. That's the New Jersey lingo, not market lingo.
What?
Like
Which
it dipped.
uh
But I mean, like it
it
dipped. Like
left. Yeah,
yeah,
it
it
ditched
left.
you.
Yes.
Ditched you, yeah. Let's
Thanks.
dip means like let's leave
Let's
this
bounce. Let's
way.
boogie. Yeah.
Let's bounce.
Yep. All right. Cool. You got what I meant. In
Yeah, was it?
market talk, it sounds the opposite of what I'm trying to say. I mean, I'll be honest. If you invert your chart, as long as this 9 EMA gets held on the 15, I mean, again, inverted, this looks like it wants lower, right? Which would in turn mean higher. This looks really, really good. Just bulls need
hmm
to keep defending. Yeah, I mean,
This chat thing, you guys taking a trade yet? Let us know.
chat, I bet you they're already done for the day.
Yeah, both are forming a wedge, someone's saying, yeah. Most people saying nope.
Took the 30-second mid. Damn, I should have done that. Good job.
All right. Someone's 1.6K green on a challenge account. That's good. Yeah, it's a smart day to trade on the challenge account.
Yeah.
Base trade says he's done for the year.
Bro, let me hold $1.
Let me hold $1. Is good.
Let me hold $1, please.
We have the next 10, the 10 a.m. open coming up right now. The next 4-hour candle, hourly candle.
Yeah. There's nothing to even get off of that. Like, the 4-hour looks insane. Doesn't even help that it's closing. Here we go. Hourly just closed as well. Hourly looks a little bit more iffy. Looks a little bit more bearish. But I don't know if I trust that. So I'm gonna try longs again. This time off the 30-second OR high, if it can come back down there. And I'll target 67.20. Stop loss at previous quarter low. Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like it's gonna
Puke.
be a pennant or just chop. No. Unless, we have some sort of headline. I don't think that was gonna do much. I mean, we had some headlines come out and we didn't do much anyway, right?
Wait, what is it? I'm sorry.
We had some headlines come out like earlier and we didn't really do much, right?
Yeah, they're still coming out too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. People in the chat are wild.
Don't really see much. It's like honestly for me, I just need to see some displacements and yeah, I don't trust those lows so much either. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna come back for my limit here. It's annoying. I don't want to buy any higher, honestly, than the 15-minute 9 EMA.
Somebody said, yeah, Trump is talking while watching the 1-minute chart. He was like, how they used to say that about Powell.
I can't, I don't think I've ever traded a market where Powell wasn't Fed chair.
Yeah,
He's all I've known.
same. I think might have been Yellen before.
Yeah, the memes are not gonna be the same.
Nope.
Okay. ES rejecting previous day high. Is that old PT that I wanted just hit? Yeah, Jackson, something like that.
How long have you been trading again? Salma, you started in 2020.
2020, I did, yeah.
All
It
right, cool.
was, let me see. It was, I got into options June of 2020, something like that. I remember it being summertime.
That's
Like prior
similar.
to that, I was just like trading shares on the most crappiest companies you can ever think of. Like, it's not even funny.
Like penny stocks.
Dude, like penny stocks. And
Okay,
I
fair
didn't even
enough.
know what a penny stock was back then. Like, I didn't know I was trading BS companies, you know? I just thought, it's cheap. Like, I'll get in now.
Okay.
It'll 10x soon.
Fair enough.
Yeah, dude, I did have SNDL. Yeah, that was like when the
Oh,
whole like wheat stock craze was going on.
yeah. I remember those times. That's
Dude,
also like around when I was starting to get into trading.
I bought Neo and XPEV at like their highs. I
Oh no.
bought at the literal highs, and I was a bag holder for quite a while before I just decided to take the L.
Oh my gosh. I remember Nicola. That was one of my first trades. I bought it when it was like $7 though, and I and I,
Dude, yeah,
I
me
get
too.
rid of it at like 35 and then like 60, something like that. That was
Bro,
yeah, like you said,
that was wild.
it's and every single SPAC I've probably traded.
Do you remember Lucky Coffee? Does anyone know? Did
Coffee.
anyone trade Lucky? It's like a Chinese coffee company.
Really? Damn, no. I traded like
Bro.
Neo Baba, but
Oh,
not
I'm
that.
sorry, Luck In. It's like Luck In. I
Mm,
traded that.
damn.
Bro,
Baidu.
too funny.
Those were days. BlackBerry. That was 2021.
I
BlackBerry.
will say though, I am proud of one thing.
Nokia. Kodak.
I never got sucked into the whole AMC like GameStop thing.
Oh, I was definitely trading that.
I no, I'm like so glad that I would have bought the highs. I would have been screwed.
Yeah, could a lot of people got screwed there for sure.
Yeah.
It was an exciting time to be alive.
That was fun. Did you ever watch the movie that like recently came
No, but
out?
maybe I should. You know what? I didn't want to do it because I was like, I'm gonna get like PTSD from the times I was trading that all the time, you know?
I would say it was a decent movie. Like it was good at like showcasing what was going on.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if you're just bored one day, just pop it on. Dude, it came really close to my limit again and didn't fill me. Come on,
You
brother.
still have your limit open? You said that,
Yeah.
okay. Still like it then. All right, cool.
Yeah, I like lowered it a little bit
Oh, is that the
and
EMA now? You moved
yeah.
it from,
Yeah.
it's not the 30-second thing anymore. Okay.
Well,
The 30.
they coincide. They're literally it's the
Oh,
30
really?
second OR high. Yeah, they
Oh,
coincided.
the OR high. Okay. Before I
It
thought
was
you were
OR low.
the OR
Yeah, it was
low. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, you were really close there, actually. Yeah.
This is gonna be a little bit
662.
annoying.
Six ticks away.
I'm trying to be like really picky with these entries because I know the second that I am like, oh, it's okay, I'll enter like, whatever, 10 points higher.
Yeah.
That'll be the one candle where I get screwed on. So
Oh, for sure. And then like, once you make that decision, then you're like you're sitting in drawdown for like 20 minutes
instant regret.
instead of like break even, which is chill. Just
Yeah.
sitting in break even for 20 minutes is also like, you lose your patience, but sitting drawdown's the worst.
This is horrible. This is not fun. But yeah, all in all, pretty lame open.
Mm-hmm. What's this monthly candle looking like right now? Okay.
What's it look like?
It's a down closed candle so far. And yes, we're down decently on the month. I think we're down. Last time I saw, like we're down 5% this month. All right.
Wait, let me see. Are you on do you use like the individual contract or are you on like the continuous?
I do the continuous,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
I did have to redraw things anyway, though. Because on the continuous, they just roll it over, and still it's like different prices, and you do have to redraw.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about switching over just so I can have like now that, we've
Past
taken
data, right?
out
From previous month's data, right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
that's
I need those
exactly.
lows. I need
Hmm.
those lows.
Exactly. Yeah, you need to see like previous month low, previous week low. Like, yeah, we're going back 3 months now.
Yeah, so I need that. I'll probably do that, have it ready for maybe the next stream or tomorrow or something. Just a matter of switching all of that over and being
Mm-hmm.
a little lazy.
Mm-hmm. So this hourly
Being
still, very small
lazy.
range so far, all things considered.
It's funny how on a regular day, this would be like a nice move. I mean, what
Yeah,
we moved 50
probably.
points. On a regular day, we'd be like, oh wow, this is a good open. But because like the moves are so big, the candles look normal. Like I don't know how to describe it, but
The problem is like it's higher volatility, so
yeah.
your stop has to be wider too. So all in all, it's like relative for sure. Yeah, it's 46
Ooh.
points. Nasdaq's 179 points. I honestly feel like that's lower than usual anyway. Like I think a lot of times by this time it moved like 200 points or so.
All right. Guess who's in the chat, Tanya? You gotta
Who?
guess. We got Deli.
Anthony.
We got Deli in the house. And he's got a message for the viewers. We have 1,500 people watching.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, guys, pay attention. He wants you all to sign up for the meetup. I'm sure production will send in the link in the chat. It's very easy to fill out. All you got to do is just tell us where you live. And, if there's enough people that also live in the same area that you do, then we might show up and do a meetup in your city.
Yeah.
And to make things just a little bit more fun, Deli says he's going to fly someone for the Miami meetup that's happening next month. And he'll announce the winner of that giveaway
We'll
in
do
our
that.
stream.
Woohoo! Next week.
I'm excited for Miami. I'm really, really excited. I even
Woo!
started
Me too.
shopping for Miami, and I hate to shop.
Oh, like what'd you shop for? Clothes?
About clothes. And I
Okay.
hate
Don't buy too
shopping.
many clothes because I want to go. Let's go on a shopping spree in Miami. It's fun.
Or let's do that too.
Go shopping in Brickell or in the fashion district too.
Guys, don't drop in the chat where
Have you
you
been
are,
to
where you're
Miami yet?
from. No, I've never been to Miami. No.
Have you been to Florida?
No.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is this
Okay,
is all
great.
new to me.
It's fun chat. We're gonna show her Miami.
But yeah, chat, make sure you click on that link. Production just posted it in the chat. Literally takes 2 minutes. Do
Yeah, we're
it
gonna go
and
to the design district and we're gonna go shopping there.
yeah. Carlos keeps asking us, he's been asking, are we coming to the London meetup? And I would say, yeah, I'm
Is that
there.
scheduled right now?
It's on for some time this year. There's no
Okay, well, yeah, I'll go. It just depends on what time of year. As long
yeah,
as I'm
I'll be there.
conflicting, I'll be there. Yeah, why not? I haven't been in London since a year. I don't remember.
I've
It was
never been,
September
period.
of a year and 4 months or so. Oh no, a year and a half. So it said Brickell's where it's at. Yeah, word. Gotta show Salma Brickell. And we can maybe let's rent a yacht.
Did you book your flight yet?
Yes.
Can you send me the details of that? Because
Mm-hmm.
I have yet to figure out what times I wanna
Okay.
leave and stuff.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
You're obviously flying out from New York.
Yeah, LaGuardia is the best.
Gotcha.
For sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah, fill it out. We're gonna have a giveaway. Wow, I can't believe he's flying somebody down.
Bro, fly me out. Fly me out in first class.
NinjaTrader's flying somebody out. Deli, if you're still there, this morning when I saw that huge pump in the indices, the first thing I did was open up Twitter and I went to your ex. And I was like ready for the morning note to read what happened. And then I was like, oh, he's not here today. He's got a day off, I guess. And then I was like, oh, okay. I checked some other sources, but yours is the first page I go to in the mornings. The morning note
Stop.
on
That's so
it.
sweet.
It's just helpful. I mean, he's genuinely providing value. So,
Yeah. Listen, Deli, I heard, well, I didn't hear. Tanya showed me all her cool merch and all the stuff she has,
some of this,
which
he wants the coffee, though,
which
so
means it's only right that I get to fly out first class if Tanya gets all these cool swag. It's only right. He's probably not even listening to us anymore.
she wants the Pro
Um,
V1 ball. No, don't worry, there's plenty more of these golf balls, I'm sure.
Dude, somebody hook me up with the merch. If anyone out there is listening. Oh God. Okay, nothing is happening so far in the market, guys. I did not anticipate this.
Yeah, thought it would be a little crazier, but yeah.
I'm good
Um,
with this though. I like not having my blood pressure raised.
that's healthy. It's healthier for it to
100%.
consolidate rather than act like a meme coin.
Yeah. I really thought it'd come down a bit and hit my limit order there. Delhi is in Chicago for the week.
Cool.
Delhi.
Say hi to Ryan. Someone said Leo will send you some of his merch, Salma.
Oh, I need to bully him into sending me some merch.
No.
I called his hat ugly so that he would send me one.
Uh-oh.
No, I like to mess with Leo.
Oh, to Leo. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Leo, yeah,
Okay,
to Leo.
okay. Yeah.
What'd you
But
think
yeah,
I said?
yeah. No, I was still on. Someone said the hats you hate. Exactly. You don't even want the hat.
Oh, let's go. Deli says I'll get a massive room. Let's go. Deli, you've always been my favorite.
You hear that,
Oh,
Pax? Deli's her favorite.
no, stop, Tanya. That's messy, Tanya. Don't do that. No, I love PAX too.
You're the second. Pax, you're the second mentioned.
Bro, guys, don't tell him.
Salva just kisses up to whoever is convenient.
Hey, I don't kiss up to anyone. All right, but I'm just trying to get some merch.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to get some merch.
Just proving my point.
Just trying to be cool like Tanya, guys.
Yeah, we got to be matching.
Bro, you know who has all the merch? Jim. Jim comes
Yeah,
in
for sure.
swagged out all the time.
Oh yeah, Jim's the OG of the OGs for sure. Yeah, when I was on with Jim, that's when I got this mug.
Jim, hook it up, Jim.
Me and Jim used to have like a segment back
Oh,
in
did you?
BC era.
BC, I'm dead.
Before BNT RV.
Bro, you're so funny.
Before NinjaTrader Live revamp.
Come on, brother. Do not push without me here.
That's someone said that you crave the volatility the Nasdaq gives.
Oh, no.
True.
No. The
By
volatility?
the end of this year, we'll get her to the dark side and we'll get her trading NASDAQ.
No, 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 no. You're flying out to Miami Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be there Thursday.
Oh,
Be there
right.
all alone. Well, no, I'm not. I won't be all alone. There'll be a bunch of people down there, but you
Okay.
know,
Sick.
Sunday, your flight is early, like you're leaving?
Like afternoon.
Okay.
I have my own streams, you know. I want to have. Oh yeah, we got to be back for the Monday live stream.
Yeah, duh.
What about
Can't
you?
miss it.
Oh, wait, you didn't make your flight yet.
I didn't do it yet because I was waiting to see what times other people would be there first. Trying to, make sure I'm not
You're
there.
asking everybody.
Well, no, I've only asked you and Chris because Chris will be there Thursday too.
But how do you know so many people going to be there Thursday?
Because we're streaming the next day, so we gotta be there the day before.
Oh, okay, Friday morning.
Yeah, yeah. That'll
Oh,
be, I
okay.
think, my first Friday stream.
Really? Okay.
Should be
Slay.
fun. Yeah.
Fridays. I like Mondays more than Fridays. I used to literally not trade on Mondays. But
Really?
yeah, I used to not, but I got used to like what to expect. And honestly, a lot of times Mondays are the really good trend days. And like Stowe said, it's more often a trend day on Monday than any other day.
Yeah. I mean, I've never really had like a day where I told myself, you can't trade just because it's that specific day.
Yeah, it just used to
Um,
be like really slow because no news. Like it's not no red folder news, and I really just
mhm.
like getting red folder news to trade off, like to get that volatility injected into the market, and that's basically the reasoning. But
Yeah. I
you
mean,
get random headline news all the time, so you can't be missing a day just for that anymore.
I don't think I didn't trade Friday. I think I might have been done like really early in the day. I just kind of went on to enjoy the rest of my day, which is, not really typical for me. I even walked completely away from my desk. So by the end of the day, I didn't see that like end of the day pump. I wasn't there to witness any of that. But yeah, I don't know. When I'm not trading, I feel out the loop. Or like if I'm not watching the market, I should say. If I'm not watching the market, I feel out of the loop. Kat's thought says, is anyone interested in shorts at all for a quick minute? I'm looking at the Russell here, and it's looking like it just rejected previous day high on the 15-minute and looking like it might want to start dropping. But then you have the Dow that's trying to push. So I don't know, a little bit of divergence there. Tricky here for sure. Tanya, if the Dow takes out that like 8:45, 9 a.m. candle high and the Russell doesn't, would you consider that SMT?
Sure, but like honestly, for me, I don't compare the Russell and the YM.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Let's just
no, 'cause
assume
then
that was
that's
like,
it's S&T stands for like smart money technique. So that's
mhm.
like essentially looking at potential rotations in smart money. So then potential rotations and potential reversals. So they're not really that highly correlated. You know, like the ES has pretty much everything the NASDAQ has in it. So
Yeah.
that's why I like look at those. MyM's only 30 stocks, like RTY is 2000 small caps. You get the boomers versus the small cap stocks. So I wouldn't really use those as comparisons. Like YM, I think would be good to compare to like ES maybe.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, even NASDAQ just took out
Yeah.
that
I
9
honestly
a.m.
I'm not taking that much that middle intermediate term high so much into consideration. I don't
Okay.
expect it to like reverse there. I like the pre-market high. Because it
Yeah.
is like it's an intermediate term high, and I think that honestly is going to be used a little bit as like a probably launch pad up to here.
I'm pretty annoyed that this just literally missed me by whatever 2
Six
points.
ticks. 6 ticks, yeah. One and a half.
I'm canceling that order, obviously, guys. I mean, we've just pushed 30 points. That's unfortunate, but I hope someone took that.
Yeah. So yeah, I would rather like because honestly this is just in the middle of things. It's not really like it's an inside
Yeah.
candle, which actually so a lot of people actually will use as a breakout, right? Like actually this is not inside the previous one, but this is such a large wick that I thought it was for a second. Okay. Yeah, so that's why I don't really consider it because it's just kind of like a consolidation candle and we don't have any like imbalances above it where I think that, oh, we might reject from. Like here, I just see a lot of stacked highs, so I could see it taking that pre-market high. It's like the pre-market high, we do have still gaps above. So I'm thinking like that could be a potential high we sweep and we reject in this area. It's kind of like I'm careful about the highs and lows I choose.
So I just drew fibs from that high of that 7 a.m. candle to the most recent low at like 8 a.m. If you draw your fibs like that, you'll see that we're at the 0.618 on the rejection. This is what we've got to clear here. We got to clear 6701, 6712, 6721, and then we will go for, take out that high. But yeah, anyway, I'm jealous of anyone who got to fill on those longs. Good job, guys. GG.
This is the saddest GG I heard.
GG. Good job.
Pour one out.
Tanya, you came with the jokes today, huh? I'm dead. Tanya woke up on the funny side of the bed, guys. She came trolling. Dude, that tweet about Jim Cramer, or however the hell you guys say his name. For me, it's Kramer. It's got 120 likes. Don't even have a caption. It's just a picture.
X is funny. You got a like from me on that one.
Let's go.
What the hell, this market from 9 a.m. is 341 likes.
Bro, because that's actually like real and funny.
Relatable, I suppose.
You always have that one person that comes out and is like, well, you don't know how to trade this?
Yeah.
You don't like
that's what we
this?
like, the discourse, right? One person's trash is another person's treasure.
Yeah, apparently. All right, we're starting to reject a little bit. It's the 0.618. It's also just like whatever, a round whole number, psych level 6700. Let's see if we come back down to retest the 9 EMA and the 15 again. I kind of still like longs, but I'm not sure about the way the Russell's looking. This is it's iffy here. Don't love it.
Yeah, Russ is probably the weakest because at 9:30 it took out the 8 a.m. low.
Oh, it did.
The others did not. It was kind of interesting there.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, YM didn't. So like I'm not no master at SMTs at all, and I just use it to just see like, okay, which one takes out the low or the high, which one didn't, and then base it off of that. I know there's probably a lot more that goes into it, but
yeah,
like you can kind of argue maybe that was a bullish SMT there since
Yeah.
YM didn't take out that 8 a.m. low. And maybe now there's a bearish SMT at the highs here because YM took out that 845 high and
Yeah.
the Russell didn't. So I don't
Maybe
know.
it could be, and if it is, then it's kind of, I mean, we're just consolidating on the 15 then.
Well, actually, did
Not
it
my
even
favorite
take the
action.
high? I don't think YM took the high actually. It looks like it was just a straight up double top. Yeah.
Really? 9-3
Yeah.
and 933. It took it by like a
Yep.
point for me.
Oh, did it? Hold on. Yeah, now I'm seeing 933
Yeah.
on both, but I mean, whatever.
Are you looking at micros?
Yeah, always. I know
Okay.
that might be it.
Yeah, that's a difference. We're probably retracing to that 10 a.m. open / your 15-minute EMA, right?
Yeah, it's just a little tricky here. I don't know. It's a little tricky. I might try it again. It's gonna have to be a wide stop. Yeah, let's see. How many people are watching right now? 1,500. Sheesh. Hi, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hit that like button. That like button, make the market move more.
Tanya, straight to business. I don't know how much I love the 30-minute on the Russell, but I would want to see 25.18 hold if we get down there.
Was that hi, Tanya Salma? What do you think about the book Jared Tedler's The Mental Game of Trading? It's great. I have the hardcover, I have the Audible audiobook and the hardcover.
Wait, who asked that?
Um,
I don't see that.
named PGSV6MO.
I don't see it, but I don't think I've never really read that book, I'll be honest with you guys. I've never really read any trading book.
Yeah, he told me. It's just fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I don't know.
I like that book
Experience.
best. That's probably my number one trading psychology book because it actually lists all these potential problems you might have, and then you relate to it, and then it actually tells you how to tackle your problems. Like a lot of these other books are like, just let the trade run its course, or you can't, you have to be confident, or you can't cut your trades early, like stuff like that. Or well, you said you were reading Best Loser Wins, weren't you?
Bro, I read like
You stopped?
I've read like yeah, like 15 pages.
Okay, fair enough.
But
But the mental game of trading is great because it you know, gives you work to do. You got to do the inner work. You just
yeah,
read
I
it,
mean, listen, they're great for like,
change
I
anything.
don't know, if you just need to hear someone else tell you what you already know. Like sometimes it is like reaffirming to hear those kinds of things, right? And then the other types of books are like if you're trying to actually learn something, like I don't know, if you're learning about like macro economics and stuff like that, like the nitty-gritty of things, okay, those are cool. But I definitely don't think your trading will change unless you change. And I think that change comes
Yeah.
from screen time and experience. Like the more it's all about reps, and the more time you spend in the market, the better you get as a trader. So yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know if there's really any book or video or course or anything like that out there that can just like transform you as a trader. I'm not sure if that really exists.
No, you got to be the one to do it. Maybe the book
Yeah.
one that helps you realize what it uncovered the issue. Because a lot of people maybe, they're over trading and they think maybe it's an anger issue or FOMO. Like FOMO could mean a lot of things, but it could actually just be an overconfidence issue. Could be a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Yep.
Someone said Selma doesn't have time to read because she's trading.
Honestly, I think I'm really digging like audiobooks now. This David Goggins book is the first audiobook that I've really listened to. So we might be onto something, guys. Maybe this will be it. Probably not though.
She's gonna start waking up even earlier, 5 a.m.
No. Guys, I'm not really a morning person. I don't love to wake up early, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Yeah, Throne Shop. I told Leo, I texted him over the weekend and I said, I got the audiobook. And then I texted him maybe like, I don't know, yesterday, and I said, I'm halfway through. So yeah, he's pretty happy about that.
Okay, well, we'll see it when if you actually read it full way through. Don't get too
I
proud.
will.
Don't get too
So
happy
no, like
about that.
it's
Guys,
honestly
don't
like
give her the dopamine hit for just reading half a book. Don't do it. It's not
yo,
healthy.
Tanya's on a roll today. You're
I'm
funny,
not
dude.
being serious. People all the time, they don't end up, they talk about writing a book, just get the hit off of the dopamine hit of telling people that, or they say, I want to run a marathon. And then people are like, that's amazing. Good for you. And then just that interaction with that person gives it enough happiness and dopamine to that person that they never actually end up running that marathon.
Okay, fair, fair. But like for me, I love to just have something like in the background, whether it be like music or whatever. Like even in the morning, I'll listen to the NT Live, like the morning segment,
Yeah.
as I'm getting ready because I like to have something playing in the background. So,
Yeah, it's good. It's like
now
a
it'll just be this
relaxation for
book,
sure.
and that's how I've been listening to it. It's
The
just
morning news
literally,
while you're getting ready. Definitely.
yeah,
Literally.
yep. And Trish, honestly, no, I didn't mute, like I didn't tune out the audiobook. Like I actually pay attention. And it's just
Yeah.
very easy for me to multitask, so I can be doing a number of different things. And
No, that's good. For me, honestly, if I'm listening to a podcast and doing some things, I honestly have to end up rewinding it a bunch of times because maybe I am missing something. But honestly, I listen to some scientific podcasts, so you know, not understand the mechanism correctly.
yeah,
But yeah, that's the audiobooks are really making like, headway for sure.
bro,
Audiobooks
chat
are
is cooking me right now.
what are they saying?
Selma just uninstalled Audible. No, guys, stop. Have some faith. Plus, not for nothing, Audible was offering like a 30-day free trial on one book. And so I just took the opportunity to do that. I'll be done with it. I promise you, probably by Wednesday, maybe. I've got like 4 hours left. And I listened to it on 2x speed. It's beautiful.
2x speed too.
Bro, 2x speed. I listen to everything on 2x speed. 2x speed is life.
I
I
do
don't
like
have time.
1.5, 1.25. I don't think 2x I'm retaining anything.
Bro,
Yeah, bro, you're
2x.
speed
I don't
running.
have time for anything less than 2x. Even TikToks, I'll watch on 2x speed.
Okay. That's all I needed to hear.
Bro, like when people do like a 10-part series, 2x speed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when I'm watching
Okay.
live streams too, I'm like, damn, I wish I could 2x speed this.
Yeah. You probably wish that you were like in Click when someone's talking to you in real life. You're like, you're talking
Bro, yeah,
slow.
just hurry it
I wish I
up.
could 2x speed this. I already know the end of the sentence.
Oh God. You know, like someone is just giving you the long-winded answer on things. It's like, dude, just give me a break. Tell me just 2x speed.
Yeah, I'm worried a little bit. I'm a little worried.
Someone said, "Are you
Frying
crazy?"
your brain a bit
Maybe.
doing all that though. Like, some, but I do like the one, you do a lot of things at 2x speed, but I do like that you give yourself a lot of time to get ready in the morning and you
Yeah.
have a slow morning. I
Yeah.
think life is sped up too fast with everything. Like things used to be a lot slower, even just like in, um, getting things done and, get to call somebody or, go in person to an office. And nowadays it's just like, all right, you're around on email. So get this done like an hour or something. I don't know. Or, people,
Yeah.
me, I don't, you're like Tanya. I always text you and your phone's on do not
Bro,
disturb.
you never I don't even text Tanya because I know she's always on D&D and I'm not about to like hit notify anyway. So just I don't even when I want to
You can
talk to
do that.
Tanya,
Hit it if
no,
it.
even when I want to talk to Tanya, I'm like, whatever, I'm just not even gonna do it.
You can call me.
So guys, listen
Feel
to
free to
this.
call. I called you that time, remember? I didn't even
Yeah,
see.
that
I
was
just
that was
called
good.
you. That
Guys, Tanya is always on D&D. Mind you, I'm always on D&D too. I just don't share my focus, like my status with anyone. So you can't see that I'm on D&D, but I'm always on my phone. Like I will still respond in a timely fashion. I'll text Tanya, I won't hear from her for like 3 days.
3 days is crazy though. But maybe
And
I don't
then
know. Sometimes I treat
listen,
text like emails though. I'm not gonna lie.
then I text
My
Leo,
phone's
who,
bricked.
bro, I'm dead. She's always locked out of her apps and stuff.
You need
But
a you need some time to decompress. Live streaming for 2 3 hours. I don't want to talk to anyone after that.
yeah, I no, I hear that. Sometimes I'll get off the stream and I'll just be like, wow, my brain is jello right now. I understand that. But so you're like D&D, I can't text you. And then Leo, on the other hand, like I can text him and I know he'll see it right away, but he just
Mhm.
responds with like emojis. So I don't know which
Which
one
is
is
worse.
worse, guys.
Which is worse.
I don't know. I
You
even I
can just
texted him
call
about
me
this
about
whole I texted him
this.
about the whole audiobook thing and how I'm like halfway through. He reacted with a fire emoji. Like, bro, what am I supposed to
That's
do
good.
with
He
that?
shouldn't give you the dopamine hit for halfway through. We
He
talked
didn't
about
even respond. He just
that's good.
fire
So that
emojied.
makes you want to like get a better reaction from him, right? Read the actual book entirely. Someone said
Yeah.
Tanya's crazy. You have a life. That's funny. Yeah, it's word. You have limited time in the day. Some people end up on their phones the entire day just texting people or on TikToks, whatever. It's not gonna be me. Trump is
Bro.
speaking also at 1 p.m.
Oh,
Okay.
that's great. This is literally so great. Guys, just assume he's always talking. Doesn't matter. He's always talking. But yeah, chat. What do you guys think is worse? D&D and takes forever to respond or responds quick but only with emojis? Like you can't win. I literally cannot
If it
win.
was something like, urgent, I would respond though. Or
You
you could
wouldn't even
call.
know.
No, I feel like, that's the thing with a text message, you guys. I'm like, if it's something important, it'll call me. And if, then I'll see it.
Emojis
But
are
I simply,
worse.
I put my phone, I'm serious. I don't even know where my phone is. I put it like, on the bottom shelf of my coffee table or something. On the bottom.
Guys, watch us be
It's
in
lost.
Miami and she's gonna have her phone in her hand 24/7.
No, nope.
All right,
Well,
well,
you can keep
you
account of
can bet that I
Let
will
me
have
know.
my phone on me.
No,
Guys, should I
maybe I'll have my
vlog should
camera.
I vlog the
Yeah.
Miami trip?
Yeah, I'll have my DJI Osmo Pocket 3 in my hand. I'll be vlogging.
I've never vlogged before. Um, I'll do that. Oh my God, I'll make so many. I'll get you guys so much content from Miami. We'll make a lot of TikTok videos. We'll do that. Brother, this market's not doing anything. I'm not, honestly, I'm not getting the entries that I want, unfortunately.
You still have a limit in, right?
Yeah, I'll keep it. I mean, I think it's still good if we get down here.
I don't trust this market at all.
Crude is trying to kind of push here. The previous 30-minute candle close as a hammer. Obviously, that is bullish, and it is trying to push. But I do think we'll get a rejection around 91.50. So let's see. That might give me my entry on those longs. Salma, do
Honestly,
you have a
Nasdaq just
YouTube?
retraced 50% of this move up
Oh.
in this 10 a.m. open, and it's reacting pretty nicely off 10 a.m. open.
Yeah. Carlos says, Salma, do you have any YouTube channel? I do, but I don't really use it, guys. Maybe I'll post stuff when we're in Miami. I'm not sure, but you can not follow, you can subscribe. I'll respond in the chat. Say hi. And you'll see.
I'm gonna probably just take this on like.
Oh, you're getting into a trade?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. The
Hi,
Nasdaq,
guys.
probably.
All right. Yeah, I mean, 30-minute on the Russell still looks good for more
There's
downside.
5-minute closes.
You're doing shorts, obviously, right? Or no, I'm
No,
sorry,
I
you're doing longs.
do longs.
Doing longs, okay. I just looked at your screen.
All right. I'm in a position.
Nice. I think this is previous week mid on NQ, no? This 24,591 area. Have that marked.
594. Probably. I don't know. I don't look at that one, honestly. Looking at just like this 5-minute in discount, 10 a.m. open. We're kind of, and same thing with ES. Maybe ES is digging into this area too. So anyway,
I just need a little bit lower on
put
ES.
my little stop in. Okay. ES is like, yeah, just wicked that area too.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said, why is my limit set at 68? It's the previous week mid, and it was coinciding with the 9 EMA. Obviously, now that a new candle opened up, 9 EMA moved. It's moved a little bit higher. So I'll still keep it that low. I don't want to get caught in like a nasty candle. I'm telling you guys, the second I move my limit and I stop being a little bit conservative, that is when we will see like a nasty candle go against me. Today's not the day.
Not the day.
Not the day. Nice, 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 Tanya. We got the Russell trying to push here.
We'll see.
It's back at previous day
Anything
high.
could happen. But it's nice. I did, yeah. From where I'm entered, I'm green. That's a pretty good reaction.
Yeah, you got an awesome entry there.
It's
Nice.
like a 2R trade. We'll see how it goes.
Nice night. Yeah, it just might be my unlucky day here to not get an entry on stream.
It's okay. Happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be back. I'll be back for the 2 to 4, and hopefully, we'll get a little bit more movement.
For sure. Hopefully we break this next swing high with good displacement, you know. So I'm looking at
Which one are you looking at?
just like the last swing high that we made at like 10:30.
Okay.
I'm thinking that, if I'm right, then we should have a good make another high there, and then if we have a 5-minute displacement, then I could, move my stop up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it. Like it.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good. Not bad. We'll see.
NQ really is the only one that's got a red 30-minute candle right now. Everything else is green and trying to push.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks decent. Someone asked Tanya, can you explain what you saw that made you want to take the trade? Well, we broke like the intermediate term high there at pre-market, the 905 high with a displacement, and there's a 5-minute FEG in a discount of this leg. If I took the fib from here to here, the leg, and below 50% is this 5-minute fair value gap from here to here. And that was also around like the 10 a.m. open. And I figured, I personally wanted shorts. I want to get shorts after we take this, but obviously we're not getting such a volatile open, so we didn't hit that high yet. So I'll take the long two there. Hopefully that will work out. Um, so yeah, that's essentially what I did. It's also like a 10 a.m. open was here. Then we dropped down a little bit into this order block and we stayed above it, and now like we retested it and we was staying pretty nicely within wicking it. So we'll see if we get some follow through or not, though. It could go either way. Let's see, is there a okay.
What's the ticker for crude oil? CL. And then the micro, that would be MCL.
Yeah, CL. So that's what I'll kind of have marked out here, this 5-minute. And this is also an order block. I could dig into this again, but I would like it to wick this area, ideally. Stay within the bodies of the candles, to stay within this box I drew, essentially.
I'm going to remove my limit on those longs because if it comes back down there, I don't know if I like it much. Yeah, I'll reassess.
So it's 10:51. Wow.
I know time went by really quick today.
Mm-hmm.
Between market being a little slow, Tanya's trolling. Went by fast.
I helped make it like go quickly then. Other market being slow is like sometimes really torturing,
Yeah, for sure. No, today's session was
Torture.
good. Good. Same time next Monday?
Yeah, same bad time, same bad channel. That's a reference some people will know in the chat. It's an old school reference. Batman.
I never watched Batman. Yeah, sorry, Jackson. My movie selection, or I guess my movie knowledge, is very, very limited. Music, though, we can talk music. Someone said Batman audiobook? Maybe. feel like a headline is coming soon.
I know, right? Hopefully in my favor.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm seeing like, I don't know. I'm gonna be quiet.
It's quiet.
You really just need NQ to clear that previous day high. It does that and it should be good. Russell, though, is really trying here. That 30-minute, the previous
Yeah,
30-minute
things
candle,
might start looking up. Yeah.
that previous 30-minute candle probably faked out a lot of people because that was looking good for shorts. The setup was there.
Probably, yeah. That's why I don't like, that's why I'm not counting that middle SM as an SMT, right? That high middle. Just
That makes sense.
doesn't make an yeah. You can see now that we're getting stronger. All in all, I'm break even this trade so far. We'll see if we get anything going into 11 a.m. But been pretty much break even slash slightly up. So that's a good sign, typically.
Yeah.
Unless a headline comes in, boom, boom, boom. But I don't want to jinx anything. Unless I already did.
What's your target?
I would say the 7 a.m. high, the 24,768.
7. Okay. So you okay?
The 7 a.m. high, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good target for upside.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it probably is, like wants to hurt people that are short versus that high. We'll find out. Seems like I entered 10 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago probably. Haven't done much here today.
Yeah, I don't really love the way the 30-minute is looking at the current moment. I can obviously change real quick.
How many minutes left in this 30-minute though? Like 4 minutes, right?
Yeah, 3 minutes and some change.
Yes,
Even
close really small, pretty much near the 10 a.m. open. And, that's something you can expect from this kind of market. From what we've had, like such a big move overnight. I mean, no, in pre-market. So, from the vibe that they gave off the open, it was consolidation vibe. So it makes sense that we're back here.
Yeah, this could just be like a small flag at the highs here on like let me see, like the 10-minute, 15-minute. I don't love it. Like, I don't know. This is tricky here. Chat, what do we think? What do we think? Yeah, crude here rejecting the 90 EMA on the 15-minute, which is exactly what you want to see if you're bullish. Chat wants.
Here we go. We got the boys.
What's up, guys?
Hey. Good morning.
What up?
Morning.
Jack is smiling too much this morning. Whoa, what is
Why?
going on?
No, I
He
just
came
smiled.
in, yo.
Sometimes I'm like not looking. Also, it's like bringing on Jack, and I'm like, oh wait, time to go. Time to look at the camera. No, I got a couple positions on right now. I've just entered. I didn't trade this morning. I let the first hour open. Obviously, what was that, like 700-point candle in the
That
Nasdaq
was
this morning?
nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I woke up and saw that. I was like, I think I'm gonna just wait a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what do you guys got on? I wasn't. Do you guys have positions on right now?
I'm in some NASDAQ longs right now. Are you in any positions?
Yeah, I'm in NASDAQ longs, ES longs. I've hit my first target. And I just picked up gold too. So, I mean, I'm small in all of them, but they're all a bit correlated. So I'm going to feel a little more comfortable when I can get a few targets off and just reduce my risk. But yeah, basically long the boat right now.
I'm flat. It's real dicey right here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like
it could
they're
go
trying
either
to figure
way.
things out.
just seems slow. It's slowly holding, But I mean, this volatility here. Wow. I mean, talk better than last Monday and last Tuesday. So I'm really not going to be a complainer at all. I'll take this over what we had last week.
Yeah, it's nice to have a little slow Monday start to the week for a change. Well, slow if you count from the 9:30 open. It's definitely a crazy pre-market start.
Yeah.
We were a whole week's range.
Yeah.
I thought we'd have a little bit more volatility off the open, but it was pretty muted.
Yeah, I mean, even gold. I mean, gold almost had a 10% move, or it was like 9.5% move top to bottom last night. Pretty incredible. So,
It is.
Incredible, Jack says.
I mean, a 10% intraday move overnight in GC is incredible.
Incredible.
You ever seen the movie? I heard you're not a big movie buff.
Yeah, I've watched Incredibles, of course.
It's because it's a kid's movie.
Jack.
Good stuff.
All right, great. We'll leave you guys to it. Good luck and good trading. I hope your positions work out. I'm also in long, so
Yeah, so I hope yours work out too.
a little selfish, but yeah. Have a great session, you guys.
Good luck, guys.
See you guys.
Ciao.
Good morning, XY. Good morning, chat.
Morning.
Oh my gosh, they changed your name in the Zoom.
Yeah, you never know. You never know what they're gonna do.
They give you your real name.
One day is this, one day is that.
Or maybe that's just how you log on. I just looked over at my other screen. Yeah. See if I can get my first target off here. Not much. I mean, I'm super small. I mean, I'm like at 4 micros in the NQs just because my stops are pretty wide here. So
Yeah, you need some wide stops today.
Yeah. You definitely do. I got my risk set to about $800 a trade right now. So those stops I have are calculated based on that and the position sizing. Oil's coming back down to these morning lows though, so I do think these indexes should pop up. I have gotten one of my targets off in the ES. I'm trying to get just a short one off in the NQ, but now everything's looking green. I don't know when the London meeting is. XY, are you going to that? Because you're skipping out on Miami.
No, that's way too far.
That
flight is too long.
It's yeah, I was gonna say from California. I'm from Chicago. It's not as bad, but yeah, from California, you'd probably be laying over in Chicago or New York.
Yeah. How many hours is it? Yeah, like 14.
Might as well go to Hawaii. What up? How are you guys doing today? How's chat doing? And what are we working on? Getting new highs here in these indexes. See oil cracking the low right now. I mean, I was really paying attention. I thought that NASDAQ 24,420 was my level for weeks, and we broke it on Friday, and I thought we'd get a day of continuation, and looks like nope, right back above it. And that was really the low near the open, 24,432. So close enough for government work, 10 points off that support level. But as long as we're back above these 24,420s, You know, I was thinking if we could crack below and stay below that daily level, we'd get some move to the downside, but
was a little crazy overnight today, huh? I just woke up and I'm looking at like these tweets and everyone's like, oh, this is, they either love the candle or they hate it. It's like, this is scam candle. Or yeah, oh yeah, my trade, look how good I am. I got 500 points on this trade, you know?
scam candle.
Scam candle.
Scam candle. It's a scam. That's such a crypto. When somebody says scam candle, I'm like, how long have you been trading crypto? Like I know they're from the crypto space and they start talking in scam wicks. It's like, no, these aren't like rug. These are liquid actual markets. These aren't rug pull Haktua coins.
No, but not this candle. This one's a scam candle.
Yeah, that is
Gotta
a scam
be.
candle. It's a scam if you're wrong, but if you're right,
Yeah. If you're right, it's like, see, I just knew. I knew it would happen.
yeah. Called a news candle. Is that a new high in the ES for RTH at least? Got a second target here at 67.10. Final target 67.17 for me with the kicker. I move my stop to break even if I get that 67.10 off here. What is looking at your screen? What's that green line on your chart? Look, that looks like a good buy. Is that
This one?
just yeah?
Oh, these are the V ranges. They're pre-plotted. They're based on the VIX.
Okay, cool.
Like range expectations, highs and lows, and then like extremes, which is what we would refer to as like the magic box. This is when it's a really extreme end of the range expected by like just measuring the VIX. And usually you'll definitely, if we're going down into one, it's a great time to look for longs. And if it's not a full reversal, you will likely get paid on it anyway. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just VIX based.
Okay. Are those pre-plotted at the beginning of the day, or is that something that changes with the?
It's pre-plotted.
Okay.
Yeah. It's pre-plotted. Very cool. Very legal. No scam. No scam.
No scam.
Even the scam candle knows. You got to respect the green line.
Yeah, he saw that coming. Be interesting to see. I'm kind of looking at oil as a sense of like where I think it could go to find its support, because we've been so, obviously everything's really correlated here with oil and indexes. But one of the things where is my other mouse? On this daily chart here in, see here. In oil, we came into this full halfway back short. So you obviously had that Sunday night escalation, and then where are my drawing tools? There we are. So if I just take a fib here from that scam candle to the following scam candle, we've continuously been sold into this 50% retracement area, kind of highs of that 61. So I'm thinking, oil on this de-escalation effort, we're going to really be watching a retest to that 76 here, personally, and just kind of see where the indexes are when we get down at that 76, because that was really, the bottom of that last scam candle. So that's something I'm going to be paying attention to here this week, guys. Another scam candle here. No, I don't believe in scam candles. It's just kind of funny.
Well, I mean, the market's always a scam when you're on the wrong side of it.
100%. It's not my fault.
Something we all know well. I agree. We can all agree to that. The market is supposed to do what we think it's supposed to do. Scam candle, a scientific term now?
It's not really science. It's more like pseudoscience.
Is it a paid service for fixed lines? I believe so. It's an OFL indicator.
Mia, my stop is always 1.5 ATR. And then I trade I have a number of dollar that I want to risk. Like right now, my index risk is $800 per trade, and let's say the stop I'm using will automatically calculate how many contracts I need in that position to get as close as I possibly could to $800. Now it's not always going to be like exact. Like my risk in the MBS is 820 right now, but it looks like actually yeah. So my risk is 820. Because contracts it's not like Forex where you can get it down. It's all divisible. But yeah, always a 1.5 ATR stop is what I use. And if I change time frames, so if I was placing an order on a 15-minute chart or an hourly chart, it would use the hourly 1.5 ATR. So sometimes that's really big, but it just kind of depends on how you're setting up the trade. An hourly trade for me based off an hourly chart is probably something I'm holding for like more than a day, or in the case of like you have a scam candle and you get your target hit in the same day, that would be like the only case. But the only time I'm really trading an hourly chart or a higher time frame where I'm looking at that for my analysis is my expectation is actually to most likely swing that trade overnight. Gold picking up here. I got my first, let me pull in my gold into view. I know it's my gold position right now. What up? What up? We're talking scam candles.
Special segment today. Scam candles.
How to avoid them and how to be on the right side of them every time. It actually, like it's so funny. Like sometimes when I see those candles, I wasn't even awake, but like there was right before that candle came out, like looked like somebody might have known something around 655. Just like the way that we had an ATR increase. That's why that painted yellow. Very wiki, and then bid, and then I don't know what those comments were on Fox. Right? I guess he made comments on Fox, is from what I understand. I haven't looked into it too much, but
does anyone know? Chat? Did anyone look into it?
Yeah, I just
woke up to an insane market.
What is going on?
Everyone's dying. Everyone's celebrating.
Oh, is it tweet? Nice. Tweet/Fox, the double whammy.
Oh, it's just a tweet, not even like an actual announcement.
The media appearance and it's not it's a Trump tweet. It's what's his Twitter called? It's a Truth Social. Yeah. Plunge protection team. It's been a while since I've heard that term. The old PPT.
That's a little throwback.
Yeah, it takes me back to like I don't even know.
I mean, it was as recent as like 4 years ago ish.
Yeah, I was gonna say last time that I felt like they were stepping in, it might have been like COVID.
It was always like if it's overnight, futures going red, everyone's just like, nah, green by morning.
Yeah, green by morning. They'd be stepping in.
Well, reload bid. I appreciate that. I'm not sure that's the best idea, but I hope I continue to provide value for you on the streams. Was there anything to take? Yeah, I would say so. I just not on the charts. I think I would have really liked to short this back to the 90 MA, but missed that. That was a pretty good scalp opportunity there. Super extended going into high time frame. Swing high right here with a sweep. And then just back. But other than that, I do think these longs are good. Just wasn't really ready. Getting on the charts, trying to calibrate my eyes to the order flow. The interesting part is, I think for a lot of people, it looks like the market's doing nothing. But as it's approaching each of these edges that you'll see on your chart, there's a lot of flow coming in. There's a lot. So they're pretty active. But it's real knife fighty is what it is. So it's hard for me to really commit to something. I need to just calibrate more. But it's real knife fighty today.
Reminds me of like when my GPS is lost in Lower Wacker in Chicago, recalibrating your location. Recalibrating your location. You ever heard of Lower Wacker? It's just like this underground tunnel system, like in the city of Chicago, just getting zero service. It's basically
Zero service.
zero.
Paying taxes, aren't you?
Yeah, dude. I mean, unfortunately, that doesn't help. If you're not from in town in Chicago and ever find yourself driving around, do not go to Lower Wacker. You will not find your way out.
It's the Gotham part of Chicago. Was that like South Side?
No, it's like literally like in the city. It's just it's just a full underground road system below all of the high rises. So it just
sounds like some movie shit. Like it's like it'll pan with the high rises where it's all nice and everyone's all rich and fancy, and as it goes lower, it starts to get worse and worse and worse and worse.
Totally. It's
the
like
music changes as the camera's moving down.
It's basically exactly what it is.
Parts of Dark Knight were filmed there. I mean, the way you guys describe it, I kind of believe that.
That's what I want to hear, Rakesh.
Rakesh, we going higher, of course.
Tell me more.
Rakesh, are you long from the absolute low? Are you long from, I don't know, maybe where is that? 23,800-ish area? Looking for 30,800?
Push it up for me, Rakesh. I need you to eat it up.
That's my quant right there. He's always on the right side, as long as the market's going up.
Perfect. Rakesh was long prior to the scam candle.
Rakesh is wild. You gotta keep calling him Rakesh. He's Rakesh.
Oh, it's Rakesh.
As long as he's
I can't read.
winning his trades, he's Rakesh.
It's the dyslexia that I have. I suffer severe. Rakiss. So romantic.
Rakesh, how we doing today? How much are we up? Do I think options flow is necessary if you have order flow, or will it align anyways? I think whatever the market is doing, deciding, saying, gamma-ing, thising, thating, I'm gonna see it in the order flow. So everything is kind of speculative and in a way predictive, right? The whole gamma thing or this or blah, blah, blah. To me, it's like, look, you guys can look at all that, figure that out. And what you guys decide to do, I'll see it on the book. So I don't really, concern myself with too much of the things outside the order flow, because I think what the market decides because of those things will be relayed to me on the book, and I'll go from there. So it's kind of like, you guys figure that out and let me know when you've figured it out, because when they've done that, they will be on the book doing order flow stuff. So am I going to say it's necessary? Absolutely not necessary. But can it help you? Probably. Yeah. Different inputs, different sources of information, or different pieces of information can do a lot of things for everyone individually. So I'm a kind of guy that's like, whatever it is, if it works for you, do it. Don't You know, price action traders, like pure price traders, would be like, everything else is trash. Don't do that. You got to do this. And then order flow traders would be like, everything else is trash. Just look at this. You can look inside the candle. Ooh, wow, wow. Under the hood, this and that. It's just it's so personal, right? Inputs, what really speaks to you, what gives you confidence to execute, what you will really believe. You know, if you need a story behind why the market's doing it, whether or not it's real. If the story helps you out, it helps you out. Yeah, as long as it's I don't know. I still can't get behind like moon cycles, but
I
hey,
was
if it
just
makes you
studying them over the
money,
weekend.
if it makes you money, don't let me tell you what to do. You know, that's how I am. Do what you do. I think because everyone's always like trying to funnel people into something, they get really aggressive and aggro about you're doing it my way or you're doing it wrong, and let me tell you how. Put in your email here and then pay $50 here, and then trust me, bro. You know, just if it's working for you, if you find that there's you know, if it's useful in any way, don't let other people tell you it's garbage or something, especially if it's making you money. If it's not making you money, maybe reconsider. Just because it works for 8 out of 10 doesn't mean it'll work for you.
Well, and also definitely stick to something long enough to know whether it works or not. I feel like some people, you know, if you're just switching your strategies, not actually learning anything. I feel like if you stare at almost anything long enough, you're probably going to get better at trading the market just because of it.
Definitely. Yeah. I think it's all pattern recognition from one strategy to another. You start to recognize patterns from the inputs that you're seeing. You know, it could be stuff on a price ladder or, you know, candlesticks. To me, it's just a big pattern recognition game, but that requires screen time.
Gotta
Yeah,
show
Fractal,
up.
don't worry. I won't tell anyone about that yet until the course is complete.
Or
Can I
cash out.
recommend people who you can learn order flow market profile from? Well, there are always the OGs, the goats, right? The guy who invented market profile. But I mean, NinjaTrader, these streams, there's like 4 of us that trade order flow. So stick around, you'll see things. But YouTube University is going to be forever underrated.
Do you use volume profile with order profile or a little bit?
Market profile, you mean?
Market profile, yeah.
No, I just use a 1 hour candlesticks. I think it's better at a glance for me because I'm so used to seeing price action that if it's market profile, it's all in letter blocks, and I gotta be like, all right, where did this open? Where did this close? And I'm like spending more time trying to glance that information. Where if it's just a candlestick, I could just see it right away. Open, close, open, close. What kind of bar is this? What's the range? And instead of 30-minute, I just throw it down to an hour so I could fit more profiles, more volume profiles on my chart. Yeah. If there weren't any capabilities to do a volume profile chart like this, like a TPO with candles instead of blocks, I would just use a TPO chart. But it's nice. Hey, check this out, guys. People are gonna ask. It is a 5-day rolling profile on the right and full session profiles individually.
It's a good hold there. See if we can continue out, out of these lows here and these indexes, move back up. Retested kind of the area that we had broken out there. If you look at my chart, these blue bars, I call them trend bars, but just kind of came right back to the open of those breakout bars. We were in a tight consolidation, pushed up the highs, got a new high in the ES, no new high in there in the NQ. So if we do end up rolling over, maybe that was the tell, but I'm still kind of in that bull camp here for these indexes. Do want to see us continue to stay above, these zones, basically where my entries are right now, and hopefully get a continuation up into my targets. I'm going to 1120. Let's see, we're on the 1120 candle, so come like 1145, I'm really going to be itching to do something to manage this position at least.
ES's high doesn't really look like they've exhausted through it much. The volume profile is like really heavy up there. So I'd expect higher. This was a pretty good spot to catch a bounce, actually.
Yeah.
If I were paying attention. Good
Well, you're
hold.
teaching.
I was yapping.
Yapping.
There I go again, yapping.
There's a call wall at 595 in the QQQs that seems to line up with the current high of the day here. So if we can push through these highs in the QQQs, we'll be above that 595 call wall, which I believe is equivalent to 24,682 in the NQ. So 595 mathematically equivalent to 24,682. So that's going to be, this important level. If we can get above that 24,682 here, great.
I don't have the robe on. It's too hot now. I think those days are gone for a while. It is hot out here in LA. It is still chilly when I wake up though, because I got the AC blasting. So I do have the robe on for like 30 minutes and then it just warms up.
Yeah.
But it's chilly in the morning.
The people want the costume.
They ran into some pretty thick passive selling here. Yeah, I don't know what I can do in this range, guys. There's nothing for me.
I was joking last week before the volatility picked up that I was just going to start waking up at 4 a.m. New York time and trading until 10 because that seemed to be where all the action was last week. I mean, before things got crazy, but even again here today.
Yeah.
It's.
You got a question about your indicator down there.
Oh, so where's I haven't been paying it too much.
So what's the indicator you got at the bottom? Green and red with the lines.
Okay, so yes, this indicator at the bottom, this is a great example. So it's a few things. It's a combination of 5 different individual components. One of them is the volume weighted moving average. Another one is the parabolic SAR. Those are, common on almost any platform. Although I don't know if this is true, but do you have to have some type of data? Somebody told me this. You have to have some type of data to get the correct VWAP on Ninja. I wasn't sure, but anyway.
You're asking the wrong person.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't
I'm
want to get
so illiterate
sidetracked.
about like software stuff, platform stuff.
Fair. I figured maybe somebody in the chat would know. But so what I'm doing is I'm measuring, and then the other ones are like leg starts, which is this white dot you see, and then swing marks. So basically picture it as 5 different separate indicators that could be considered bullish or bearish. And I assign each one of those indicators a single point value. And if they are bullish, if all of them are bullish, you'll have this blue line at +5. Okay. And, if let's say 3 are bullish and 1 is bearish, it'll be at 1, which is like the case right now in the MES. So this is just printing 1. And then all the white line is a moving average on that. So like in this case where we are, especially the moving average is inside of this green box, I will not take shorts, even if I think they're going to work. And there's plenty of cases where, I'll look at my indicators and be like, you know what, I could take a short here. I just don't fade them. They're not anything I use specifically for an entry. I don't really use indicators for an entry, but I pay attention to it for momentum. So that's what I do. I also run, let's see if I can, where is it? So this scan I have here, which I haven't shown you guys this morning, this is a scan I run. And it, you have a bunch of different components of the market here, different futures contracts. And this is running across multiple time frames, a scan of the cumulative point value of the 5-minute chart, the 30-minute chart, and the hourly chart. So if the hourly chart, the 30-minute chart, and the 5-minute chart, because each different, just like if you looked at any indicator on any different time frame, the inputs are different. So then the indicator is going to look different. So I just throw it across a few time frames to give me a sum of those time frames. And anytime the market's like not moving or we're boring, like if you look at this here, this is reading with the Dow being bullish, the Russell being bullish, bonds being bullish. And on the bearish side of things, you basically have CL and ZW. So it's just, it's a cumulative input of 5 different indicators that could all be, instead of looking at one, are we bullish or bearish, I'm looking at 5 and then just having a sum and then coming up with that. So I know it's a little long-winded, but that's what that is. The 5 are, 3 of them are my own indicators, but 2 of them are above or below the VWAP. So for above the VWAP, the indicator is going to read +1 on that input. Above or below the PSAR, which is, once again, that's a common indicator inside of most trading platforms. That's also these red dots you see on my screen, parabolic SAR. That's 2. The other one I use is called an ATR expansion, which are the yellow bars you see on my screen. If we're above or below the last average true range expansion on whatever time frame I'm looking at. So it's +5 if the last range expansion is below us. And if it's negative, it's -1 for each point or +1 for each point. So that's another input. And then, so that's 3 inputs. And then the other ones are just a swing low or a swing high. So are we above a swing low, or where is the last swing mark? And those swing marks are just a 5-bar swing low or high. That's just general price, price analysis. You can see this purple dot, that's a swing low. This orange dot would be considered a swing high. And then the final one is what I refer to as a leg start, which is just a 3-bar continuous move or more. So in this case, this MES on the top side here, this white dot. So you have 1 red bar, 2 red bar, 3 red bar. That kind of tells me it's just a momentum indicator that I use, that we have, continuously sold basically for 15 minutes of price action. And then I cumulatively come up with that final number, and just gives me an overall good bias on it. And really, most of the time, if I find myself, like if I take, if you take a stop out, everybody's going to take a stop out. I take stop outs all the time. I take stop outs almost every single day. That's fine. It's part of my system. If I take 2 stop outs, I'm like, all right, wrong twice in a row. And that's like twice in the same market, because if I'm in MES and MNQ, and I get stopped out on both of them, they're correlated. That's really not a thing. But if I get stopped out in the MES once and then the MES twice, and then I take a look at my indicator is ripping bullish and I'm trying to short, it's a really easy way for me to go, I'm on the wrong side of the market. Rant over.
When there are large orders, buy on the tape and get positive delta, but price drops. Is there a chance the offer won? I mean, you don't know who wins until it's hindsight, I guess. But for the time being, yes, your information is that big buying came into the market and it's not enough to keep the market up. That tells you that there is a lot of supply, at least in that range. So you do what you will with that info, and then manage your risk. Do that over and over and over and over, and you're probably a profitable trader. Please repeat.
Yeah.
Just woke up. What'd you say?
You're gonna have to rewind. That's a good thing about YouTube. Hit that rewind button.
I was in the bathroom. Can you say that again? I heard it was good.
Yeah, that's you can just click back 5 minutes. It's a lot to repeat. Let's see what I haven't really been watching these other indexes, but I am not necessarily liking
It's looking a bit
this
weak.
lack of follow through here.
Why don't I use RTH VWAP? It's like I did for a while, like for a week, but I found that it was just so similar to a 5 minute 9 EMA, so I just kept the 5 minute 9 EMA.
That's interesting. I'm just
Getting
looking
some-
through Russell. My goodness.
I don't quite like ES's high, but there's some sell pressure coming in. I might just get on with this here. Unless it's just a sweep and it'll blow up. So we might get a little friendly fire here.
Yeah, I'm running towards my patience on holding these longs after getting a first target off, but really looking like that steam engine's running out. And see it's just shaking out lower before heading higher here.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking too. So see if I can get some short scalps here. They had that bid up and they bought quite a bit, but they couldn't pull it up, and then now they're just selling these lows again, this swing low. So
Yeah, we just
I'm gonna
hit.
take that as a failed bid. Yeah, there it is. I'm going to take one off here, go down to 2, see if we can get right under the 60 or at the 60. Then I'll either get flat or hold 1. That would be about 50 points. We'll see if we get there. Moving lower. I might actually just call this a good scalp here if we do trade the 60 and it's 50 points. Still not convinced
60s,
we've
you're looking
seen
for
the high.
60s?
The what?
Yeah, I said you're looking for 60s is what you
Yeah,
said?
560 NQ.
Yeah.
I took one off in the 80, 580 just to book some profits because it is still pretty, it's a 50-50 market. I'm just going in with order flow momentum, so I want to make sure I get my scalps covered as it's going and before the momentum fades. Because as far as like a bigger direction, it's still 50-50. We're going here.
Yeah, you got 561s too is the mid of the bid from 930. That's a halfway back long for the day right there. And then Q.
I'm going to chase the cover. Oh, nice. I got the 50. All right. So, all right. I'm good. I'm good.
Nice trade.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Little snipey snipe.
That was a snipe and a half.
I like that soundbite. I like that gangster soundbite. Thank you, production. What was the idea behind the short? I honestly, even right now, I'm not too convinced that it is high of day. I just don't know how they're going to get it. I thought they'd be able to hold this again, get a bounce up, and start to leg up. Even after seeing this, so this was a big change, bouncing and running into a big enough passive seller. I mean, you're looking at over 500 delta here. that was willing to step down and sell this instead of the highs where, if you're looking to sell, you're looking at a chart, you're like, dude, you can definitely sell like the 670s, but there is more urgency now. All of a sudden, they are selling the 650s and buyers couldn't buy through it. So what? We'll just go lower and they'll find new buyers and they'll buy through it next time. And they found the buyers, but they got stuck even lower. Now, the willingness to buy aggressively stops at the 620s, where they had it in the 670s, they had it in the 650s. Why is it tapering off in the 620s then? So now the market comes back to that swing again, 600s, and I'm seeing the selling just pick up, pick up, pick up. The buying is kind of fading. So I'm like, all right, I think this will be a deeper pullback. And hey, let's just get a quick scalp. Because I don't like the highs too much. And if you look at the volume profile, it is pretty balanced. So there's a big room for the downsides. But yeah, I could have held one to what was the POC, right? 530s. You probably get that TP. But for me, hey, I'm a scalper, whatever. If I can risk what I risked, which wasn't much, maybe like 12 points or so, and grab 50 like in a minute or two, who's complaining, right? That's how I do my work. Yeah, so that was the short. It was another failed attempt to bid the market through after already failing lower, and the sell side just really picking up. Yeah, take what you can. The reason I had the scout mentality is I'm playing with momentum, right? You don't know when it's going to fade. What if it's showing you sell, 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 sell into the 60 here, and then it starts to fade. I don't want to hold anything back up. I'd rather just take the scalp and call it a day, especially today. Directionally, it's not super clear. Like, yeah, it's a swing high, it's a drop off in volume, but for pretty much most of the day or all the day so far, they're not getting much on the downside. So it's hard for me to want to stick through that and assume, okay, they weren't getting anything before, I think they will now. Like that, I don't want to be that speculative. I don't want to be so predictive. The market's showing me this right now. So, I mean, the whole time I'm like, I don't know what to do here. The flow is the flow. They're doing this, they're consolidating this range. Uh, I'm not sure, right? And then obviously, you wait, you stay patient, the market might give you something. And in that situation, in that moment, I was like, okay, I think this is pretty good downside flow that's coming into the market. Don't know how far they're going to get, but they're probably going to go, and I'm going to get a piece of that action. So that's it. That's a scalp. I don't know, big brain. Hey, I saw this coming and that we would rotate all the way back and do the thing. And, you know, I don't really, you guys won't really see me get um, in those moves and stay in those moves where everyone's making a gazillion dollars. It's just not my thing. And trying to do that makes the game really hard for me. So just do what I do. Make my money. Anyone who makes 100 times more, I'm happy for them.
100 times.
Hey, you should be on Twitter, man. People are making 200 to 1 RR trades daily.
Daily in range trades, in range markets.
It's like a 180 point range on NQ. It's like, oh, you didn't like that range? I made a gazillion dollars off of that. Yeah, flow state, nothing's as good as the violins, huh? The best beat to ever be made.
This thing right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Dude,
my goodness.
did that song not have the whole world in a chokehold when it was on the radio? Everyone
Oh,
was all about
totally.
that.
I thought I was going to be a rapper when that came out.
No, it's you can't do more than 4 seconds because then it's a licensing issue. Can I explain what a poor low or high looks like versus strong? Excess. So in candles, you'll see a wick. If like you see a high or a low on a chart and there's like no wick, that's probably a poor low. They'll call it a poor low or whatever. But in order flow, you want to see excess. So if you look at the volume profile NQs looks better than ES, but ES is really flat up here. It doesn't really extend beyond this taper. So this isn't the best high right here because it wasn't like there was no discovery outside really. It was just someone's in the way and the market hasn't really gone out and seen some excess. And if you look at volume profiles, study them, you see how they tend to develop and how they tend to end. Highs and lows, like you're gonna see excess like this. When there is not much of it, it pokes lower. This is like really interesting here. This isn't the greatest low, but hey, it did what it did. They got really stuck here. Yeah, that's poor high, poor low, or you can even look on order flow. Like ES is high of day. The order flow print, I think is clear actually. No, it's not. The print at high of day is 4 by 46 and 13 by 25. So I think this is an equal high. ES. ES is an equal high. That is not a good high. They'll call that a poor high. But I think today's a great example of what happens when you hold on to these things and chase it, right? I was saying I don't think that's the high on ES. I think I would prefer to catch a bid to go run the high. And eventually, the market spoke and it said, yeah, we don't care. You might care about the poor high. We certainly do not care. And they showed that they really do not care. So when you have a scenario where, okay, there's a poor high, that's going to get cleaned up. You know how people all say that shit. Very, very predictive, very speculative. Oh, I'm using level 6 data. I can tell that's not the high. And they're chasing longs. Like, where are they now? They're in the dirt. The market's not that simple. They're not going to leave these signatures for you to, really just have I can close my eyes and press this and it'll work. You've got to listen to what the market wants. And if you're seeing failed bids and you want the market to push higher, that's not going to make sense. If I'm seeing failed bids and I'm seeing sustained selling and I think it's going to crack a swing and go lower, I'm going to do that, poor high or not. The market right now is saying we are looking to do this, not this. Why weren't I concerned about selling into the lows? Couldn't that have held? I think so, yeah. That's why I haven't sold the lows until then. Because a pretty big bid came through that should have pulled the market up. And it didn't. It got stuffed. It got stuck a second time. To me, that's pretty much how a market breaks lower. And hey, look, now it's time to put risk on. It either works for 50, a nice scalp, or I lose 12 and a half. I'll take the odds. My whole equity curve is based on odds like that. So I notice how I have not relayed anything about being concerned about it not working. Not up to me. The market will decide. But I think it's a good opportunity. Each trade is an opportunity. It's never a guarantee. Yeah, when he was walking across all the women. Can you imagine being in that room, like trying to make the video? It's like, I've got an idea. What he's going to do is he's going to walk on top of all the women. I use only tick. No, I use 1 minute. This is actually 1 minute. All the other guys, they use volume-based candles, but mine are 1 minute candles. Base of the 7 a.m. candle. I mean, what time zone are you talking about? There's a lot of like wacky prints today because of like all the wackiness. Yeah, it's gonna leave a bunch of weird stuff in the order flow. Are we retracing the scam candle? Look, it's not even worth talking about until we're trading into this range right here, into the 420s and below, because this is where the volume is showing that it's thin. The market, very little interest to transact here. But if it comes back and starts transacting here, all of a sudden, now the market is showing interest. Now you can start to speculate there is a change. And if they show interest in this range, they could auction this all the way back through. Yes. But right now, they're not in that range. They are still where most of the interest is. So still too speculative to say they could retrace. They'll have to be trading into this 380 area and building volume. That's what it's going to take. And at that point, there's a lot of late buying that is going to be liquidation prone. Right here, this range, we'll say 600 to the highs, 590 to the highs. That will be the range that can potentially give you the same liquidation as a dead body. Lots of late buying. You don't even need a volume profile to see that. Just look at the candles in the range where price pretty much consolidated and collapsed.
Definitely, I think we're at the pivot point. If we do lose these lows and start trading back through that open, that scam candle's gonna get retested.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of unhappy longs.
Yeah, that'll be basically the whole morning will turn into a trap and lack of continuation.
I think another tell, guys, and it's not a tell like, oh, this is what you should do right now, but the information has clearly changed. As the market ran up, every offer it ran into was bid through. They were willing to buy through all the offer. After that second high, this double top, they ran into an offer lower and they were not willing to bid through that. First sign. They ran into another offer, didn't bid through that. Actually, they just kind of like stepped off, honestly, right here. They kind of gave it up. And now that they're running lower, the 560 where I thought a bid would come through, traded under it, came back, and there's another thick offer that they are not willing to buy through. All of a sudden, all morning, they're buying through all the offer, and they decide we're just not willing to do that anymore. So the offer is stepping down, stepping down. It's not getting filled entirely. They're not filling that offer lower and lower. So until the market shows that they're willing to, it's going to be, hey, we'll bounce this up. And when you run into an offer, no promise that they'll fill it, which means you got to go lower. The market's finding buyers. The market's going lower. They're simply finding buyers. The indicators, it's an auto plot like OFL. It's called the MGI indicator. They'll auto plot all these on the day. I'm not sure if you need it to have it, but makes my life easier. That's why I just get on the charts and information's in front of me and I could just start doing whatever it is. Did I take any trades? Yeah, like a 2-minute trade. It's just a scalp short.
Sniper
Literally
from
just
the
a
top
scalp
roof,
short.
just a headshot,
Yeah, literally just a one,
just a
just a
clean
one
kill.
tap real quick. It is hard. Even during that short, I was not convinced that we saw the high day yet. I just wanted a quick scalp as momentum came in. Did I expect this? No. Am I a little salty that I didn't just trail one lot? Yeah, a little bit because it wouldn't have gotten taken out. But hey, can't be mad about making money. Whatever.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Hey, Jim.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Happy Monday. Hopefully your weekend was good.
A great weekend. Beautiful weather here.
Yeah, it's good to have XYZ back in the basement. He was traveling for a while.
One whole day without someone to do Jim's laundry.
Oh my goodness, it's piling up.
Piling up.
I'd dig deep into the closet to find this shirt, by the way, from this morning. Oh my God. Jack, you got positions on still.
I do. I just got in them, although everything's just kind of turning around, so it's not working out in my favor just quite yet. So, I mean, realistically, if we start cracking below this open in these indexes, this whole day is going to change. I mean, we're right below it here, so this is kind of the deciding point whether that scam candle's getting retested or, we continue to hold this. 24,420 has been like my daily level for quite some time, and that's just basically a retest of it right there. So I'm interested in see kind of what we do during this lunchtime frame. If we can base back here, or if we just end up going all the way back to lows. So I'm long gold and short oil right here, and I'm going to be holding these or stopping out. And then if I do get stopped out, I'm probably going to break because I just did get stopped out on 2 trades before this, and I'm going to be reaching my time to take a pause if I get stopped out on these.
Got it. It seems like often you have this like the 30-minute candle, 11:30 to 12 is kind of like it's kind of it's not a reverse. It's a reversal candle. It's a counter trend candle, right? It just kind of moves the other way more than you thought. A lot of times, not always, but I've been noticing that lately.
No, for sure. I mean, you got the European traders leaving their desk, or whatever you want to refer to it as, and we have been really getting reversals turning at that point, and here's just another great example of it.
Yeah, for sure. XYZ, you still in or you're out?
No, I got out of that quick. Just a quick 50 points.
Are you done for the day? You're gonna think about this afternoon?
Oh, I'm done. No, I don't really trade. I don't have time to trade outside of streams anymore. So you guys see it all.
Wow. All right. We see the full effect of
This is
XYZ.
for at least like 8 months now. You guys have seen the entirety of my trading.
Very, very
And all
nice.
you got to do is hit the like. That's all you got to do.
I hit the like. First thing
I
I
would
do
hope
now
so.
after I got reprimanded by Leo like 7 months ago.
When you got exposed, more like.
Exposed. Yeah, I was almost on TMZ, but I had my lawyer send a cease and desist letter ahead
Cease
of
and
time.
desist, scrub all of the proof.
Oh man. In any event, you guys, great job as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause for NinjaTrader live performance today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. All right, guys, I appreciate you. I'll see you later on in this week, in the week, and I'll talk to you then. In the meantime, we're going to do a quick edge report and finish off the morning stream.
Take care.
Thanks,
See you
guys.
guys.
All right. E-mini S&P 30-minute candle. Here's what I was talking about. This is we kind of grinding higher during the open initial balance. And then 11:30 to 12, we see this a lot. This kind of, not all the time, but a lot for me to notice it and mention it. We have this kind of reversal candle now. It's going against the trend. And we're getting close to that VWAP, that session VWAP, which is pretty close to the bottom of the initial balance low also. So there's 2 areas of interest right there. And it's pretty close to the bottom of the value area. So there's 3 areas of interest there. So there's a lot of stuff going on right here at this particular level. And we'll see if we kind of break through there, get that confirmation candle that sellers are now in charge, and a move further down and kind of a sweep through this area, this low volume node, man. I mean, it's really, really, really almost a no volume node. It's 69.26 all the way down to 65, 62. So we'll see. It could cut through like butter there, but alternatively, we got to fight past that VWAP. I don't know if we're going to do it or not. This the actual measurement here for the retracement from that reaction candle that we saw this morning on the news, we tapped the 50% once, creating a target, right? That is definitely a target swing low. We'll see if we make that or not right now, but that's on my radar screen as well. Should we break through the VWAP? Everything's about VWAP in my mind right now. In any event, that's the story of the E-mini S&P. Oh, one last thing. Remember, that May 9th open, that's when all, HE double hockey sticks broke out. On that Monday, that Sunday night Monday, we're right there at that 66.85, so we're not too far off of that. So after all this time, things have kind of balanced back to where we started. Interesting. Let's shoot over to the 30-year Treasury bonds. This is kind of leading the bad news actually right now. Daily candle still our trend channel down, no question about it. We did wick through that September 25th wick low, and then a swing low. A July 25th is now firmly in place as well. It's a green candle. We'll see where we go, but what's happened is this, again, same thing that we just saw in the E-mini S&P. A nice kind of bump up, orderly rally after a retracement, and then this big sell-off in this last 30-minute candle right before 12 noon. And we're above VWAP here, but we're right back to an official point of control. That point of control is not that great compared to some of these other big volume nodes that we're seeing here in the histogram bar. So let's keep that in mind. We'll see if we can kind of just stick there. Is it acting like gravity? Is it going to become more and more volume here to make it a more dominant point of control? That's going through my mind right now. And then again, session VWAP is right down here, 112.22, 30 seconds, kind of in the middle, lower end of the initial balance, I guess you would call it that, and pretty close to that Globex close that we had on a Friday night. So, in any event, that's where we're at right now in the 30-year Treasury bonds. We'll keep an eye on that. And then, lastly but not leastly, let's just shoot over to crude oil, since that seems to be the other market everybody is excited about. We've had crude oil. Where's my CL? 360,000 contracts almost traded so far. We have a bearish engulfing candle. It's engulfed 1, 2, 3, 4 days worth of bodies of daily candles here. Little big buyer wick at the bottom though, but we're not 50% back up the way that candle there. We did tag an EMA. That's the 21 EMA along with the that anchored VWAP that I anchored from the start. Right, that was the February 27th. Intraday, we're kind of having look upside down. It's kind of like the opposite of what's going on in the equities and the bonds. Nice sell off, grind back down, tested new lows by that 0 DTE put support, and then boom, that 11:30 to 12 reversal candle is in play right now. So we're seeing this systematically. This isn't just non-systematic price behavior. It's systematic price behavior, meaning all the markets are affected by the same thing. Unsystematic would be a market that's influenced by an asset class that's influenced by something unique, right? This is not what we're seeing here. We're seeing systematic behavior right now. We're a long way away from VWAP though on this one, so this market's looking a little bit weaker. But remember, we have that volume deficit a little bit higher here that starts at 93.35. So that's a wrap for this morning. That is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us bright and early on a Monday morning. We had a great session so far with some great guests, some great talent, showing some trades live on NinjaTrader. And thank you, Chad, for being part of being so helpful to each other. That's the thing that we see here that's unique at NinjaTrader Live. Everyone's helpful. Thank you for the subscriptions. I appreciate that. And the channel, it means a lot to us as well. And actually, if I have time, Mission Control, could we just shoot up that? I just want to remind everybody, we have that trading, that micro challenge, right? It's the next, the micro showdown it's called, right? This is next Monday, $5,000 in cash prizes, and we're going to get to see 3 featured traders. We're going to see Salma, we're going to see Tanja, we're going to see Lumi, and then you could also compete there for free, real-time simulated live NinjaTrader platform. Go ahead and register. There's a link in the chat. And you could also find us on NinjaTrader.com or arena.ninjatrader.com. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And you know that they're going to be pretty entertaining along the way as well. Looking forward to those 3 competing against each other. All right, having said all that, folks, relax and have a nice relaxing lunch. We will see you back at 2 o'clock this afternoon.